Well, good morning, everybody. We're just waiting. College will be back shortly. We'll get started. Good morning again. We're bringing the meeting to order. Welcome everybody here again. Thank you to the HACEM members for your continued volunteer service in this organization. Jerry, one of our Oahu reps, will be joining us shortly. He's tracking down in transit. Well, what we'll do real quick is just do a round of the room introductions. I'll start. So Darryl Oliveira, Hawaii County Representative to HACEM and Chair for the HACEM. So,
Steve Logan, the Editor General for the State of Hawaii and Director of the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency.
James Grouse, Administrator, HIEMA.
Craig Eaton, Deputy Attorney General.
Mr. Onokailu, Administrator of HIEMA.
Lisa Barres, Maui Mercer, Agency Liaison.
Aloha, Elton Lucio, HIEMA Administrator.
Glenda Stortford. I don't look like it, but I'm this. And I'm the HACEM representative of Hawaii.
Hello, everyone. John Vieira, HIEMA Community Outreach.
Good morning, Operator General Mallory, Deputy Adjutant.
Don Albiel, HIEMA Executive Officer.
Good morning, Thomas Magdalene, Hawaii County Civil Defense Administrator.
Good morning, Randy Collins, City and County of Honolulu, Department of Emergency Management.
Good morning, Newey Geyer, IT Specialist with HIEMA.
Good morning, Nathan Garrett, IT Tech Support.
Good morning, George Mustafa, HIEMA Special Projects.
Good morning, Secretary.
Ethan Oki, Special Project.
Hello, good morning, Alex Bell, Executive Officer.
Aloha, good morning, Kelly Amundsen, External Affairs, HIEMA.
Aloha, Laura Kong, Director, International Summit Information Center, supporting Hawaii.
John Bradner, Morning Coordination Meteorologist, National Weather Service.
hey, thank you again. I'd like to turn it over to Lieutenant Logan for the welcoming remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Hey, first of all, did you want to see who was on?
We do have one member of the public on the virtual participation. I guess if you wanted to introduce yourself, if not, that's not a problem. Just confirming you're able to hear us for the meeting. Kelly, do you know if they're actually on the call?
They are. Can you hear us?
Soft.
Yeah, a bit soft. Thank you.
You can just check in for the participant virtually. If you can hear us, if you want us to acknowledge.
Los Arista, Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities.
Thank you. You can hear us okay? Audio?
In and out, but okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right, hey, thanks for your participation also. And I just want to talk to everybody in the room. I want to thank you all for the collaboration that you routinely provide for us. You know, as we go through different things like red flag warnings or even a tsunami warning, being able to aggregate all the information together and be prepared. Well, oftentimes we don't actually have to go through the response phase. It does hone our procedures. It tests our communicative networks. It puts us in greater contact. And I know it takes time out of your busy days, but I really do appreciate it. The second thing I wanted to talk about, it's been in the news a lot. There is a federal shutdown on the 2026 appropriation, and there's a lot of different perspectives from that. We don't know when that's going to end or if it's going to end, if there's going to be a long-term continuing resolution or ultimately an appropriation. But some of the impacts it has to the State Department of Defense are, with the lack of federal funding here, we have furloughed some folks. Many of our state employees are what we call paid through the cooperative agreement program at a percentage of federal match, which is up to 75% for many of the employees. Because we don't have that funding, we've had to send some of those folks home. And many of our federal employees, so we have active guard reserve, like active duty folks, and we also have some federal technicians. So some are accepted and have to come to work, and some are not, so they don't come to work. And they just went through their last pay period where they're getting, the ones that do have to come to work and not, are not getting paid. So there's a lot of stress on the workforce. But for the capabilities that we kind of advertised, the 93rd CST, which is our chemical biological response team, and the subverting team that we have, the 93rd CERF-P, we can still call those folks in, and they're still fully capable. So it's not like all is lost. Many of the things that we do ask for, either helicopter support for wildfire or medical evacuation, are also available. And the governor still has the capacity through the state active duty program to bring folks in. So all is not lost. And I hate to use the word hope, but we're hoping for a near-term solution to that problem. The last thing I want to talk about is we applied for kind of politics for it, and we're invited to the Vigilant Guard exercise in 2027. For anybody that was in position in 2015, we did an exercise similar to it. It was actually called Vigilant Guard 15, and it stressed a natural disaster in all 4 counties. And we were able to bring in additional assets from the mainland to get after the training objectives that each county either developed for 2015 or has. This next iteration in 27 is going to take on a homeland defense posture also. So not so much natural disaster, but the consequence management for crisis or conflict within the Indo-Pacific, which is very similar. And so I've talked to some of the mayors just at social events, and I'll go to what they call the GOSC, which is the General Officer Steering Committee meeting in January, and I can represent what your training objectives might be. They might be different for different counties, and what we want to do is give you free reign to kind of build those up, and we'll include them in the exercise overall. In 2026, in April, and because of all your cooperation and collaborative efforts, we're able to move the Makana exercise a little bit earlier in the year. The reason was it coincides with what Indo-PACOM and USERPAC are going to do, which USERPAC is designated as the land component command element here, so that we can have a more cohesive response to a natural disaster scenario. Realizing it's not probably the most optimum time for our own selves, the state legislature is going to be in session, so it creates some friction points there, and it may also for the county. So truly appreciate that. We anticipate that the Vigilant Guard exercise will also be conducted in June of 2027, so it should alleviate some of those friction points. But some of the lessons learned from 2026 can carry over, or we might see something that we need to build out more fully into an exercise platform. And the final end state to it will be a referable document. So you'll have something in print that then we will take at the state level and use that to build either our legislative proposal or budget request to the state legislature. And you can also do it at the county level through your own county councils. And it'll be almost like a roadmap of, hey, this worked out real well, we're gonna sustain this. This is something we didn't consider, so we're gonna develop it, or this is something we just need to improve. So it really gives us like I said, a roadmap on where we wanna go into the future. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Barnes, share anything?
No, I think just dovetailing off what the general said, he kind of threw the gauntlet down for us for Vigilant Guard 27. So we're really looking at 26 as a smaller stepping stone into 27. 27 is going to be huge, and it's going to be, you know, the vision that General has is from community to NGOs to government partners to county to federal. You know, we're socializing with HIEMA and what that will look like. So 27 is a big exercise year for us. So that's kind of where we're like I said, he should have gotten it down, so we're working it. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Do we have any questions so far? Good. If not, we're going to look at the minutes from the May 7th, 2025 meeting. If you didn't have a chance to look at it, I believe Kelly did circulate it digitally to the HACEM members. But please look at that, and then I'll be looking for your support with approving the minutes for that.
Chief, I do have a question for HACEM on the cadence for the minutes. So what will happen is Kelly will compile the minutes, and then we email them out, and then we wait, you know, for comments or edits or anything, and then when we come to the next HACEM, that's when we approve it. I mean, it's been working. We want to keep that cadence. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes, and I just have to be more diligent supporting Kelly with getting my review and approval to her quicker. So I'll do my part. So with that, anybody have any objections to the minutes? If not, looking for its approval. Everybody's moving. Any objections? So the minutes will be approved. Next, we'll move into the council member reports, and I don't like going first. I rather prefer that to start again at the north. We've done that.
Okay, so if I'm starting, let me, I have a presentation. It's a very short presentation. It's something that we're doing on Kauai, and it's a combined effort with the planning department as well as with HIEMA and the fire department. It's on really looking at wildfire resilience. And it's based upon the fact that we've got these 5 plantation camps that are in, obviously, in agricultural areas, so they're in wildfire areas. So it's a question of how to best harden the areas as well as to prevent and to mitigate. And the problem with it that we have is that we do have arsonists. And I think that's true of almost every place now. We can't prevent every wildfire, but the question is how to best deal with it or how to prevent it. And our planning department, Kaina Hull, has been very forward-looking, and he's into looking at hardening the structures. It's the structural environment that he's looking at to see whether we can do anything to prevent wildfires. So with that, and I'm not going to go any further into it, but with that, if we could have the presentation, please. It's a very short one. Is there some sound?
Yeah, just a second. Reset itself.
essentially we have 5 plantation camps, and in order to renovate these. It's us.
No, it's a
This bill is important to our Kauai community because it puts people first.
In the heart of Kauai lie our historic plantation camps, cherished communities now facing ever-growing wildfire risks. That's why Kauai County Mayor Derek Kawakami and the Planning Department enacted Bill 2961, strengthening protections for these areas through wildland-urban interface regulations.
Hawaii's historic plantation camps represent a distinctive and resilient form of community living. These built environments offer affordable housing with compact lots, homes oriented to the public realm, and shared roadways where kupuna and keiki take precedence over the automobile. They provide a welcome alternative to the sprawling subdivisions and strip mall development patterns that have dominated for decades.
So for a lot of years, we have known that codes and standards were a very important tool for addressing wildfire preparedness and risk that we're facing. And when Kauai Planning Department came to Hawaii Wildfire and said, we're really trying to figure out our role in this, we jumped on board right away because we've long wanted to see this kind of protection built into the system.
Kauai has 5 historic plantation camps that have existed since back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. We spent the past year and a half with wildfire experts, our fire department, our emergency management agency, wildfire management organization, to come up and craft a reasonable approach, but one that can mitigate future wildfire impacts on the plantation camps themselves.
New or substantially remodeled buildings must be fire hardened, featuring Class A fire-rated roofs, ember-resistant vents, metal gutters, non-combustible cladding, and screened underfloor areas. The code also mandates a 5-foot non-combustible perimeter around homes, along with regular vegetation maintenance within the 30 to 100-foot defensible space zones. Uniquely, it requires residents to participate in an annual wildfire preparedness workshop paired with a community-wide defensible space cleanup event.
What Kauai County did here was one of the more robust, comprehensive code adoption processes I've ever seen in any country or any community in any city anywhere.
These wildfire regulations, from a cost-benefit analysis, looking at some of the costs out from a home hardening standpoint, are extremely nominal when compared to the overall construction cost of a home.
The main point really was that when we compared the cost of materials for hardening the building, making it more ignition or ember resistant, we found that there was just about $2,700 per home add. So if you do the math, that ends up with like a 0.7% increase in material costs compared to standard.
We have seen firsthand as a community at Hanapepe Kamakani fires, and in the state, the Lahaina fires of Maui. And what caused everything advanced of the flames to burn has been the embers being carried by the wind. In a high wind fire event or a wind-driven fire where a residential area is impacted, there are no amount of fire engines, firefighters, or firefighter training that could ever prevent that town from burning. The only way to stop it is to adjust the built environment to be able to withstand the shower of embers.
If they are more fire resistant at that built environment, the danger to the public as well as our responders is reduced, and the likelihood of major incidents.
We've learned from these instances in Lahaina, the Camp Fire in California, the Marshall Fire in Colorado, that this works. This does save property. It will save lives.
Now is the time to start planning better for wildfires, knowing that they're going to come in the future and that communities can be better prepared before the next wildfire becomes a disaster.
And it gives us a model to start thinking through how do we address risk and reduce hazards and build safe from the start in other areas that also have high risks.
The planning department has collaborated with these communities through the use of form-based codes, enabling the reconstruction of camp homes and supporting their thoughtful expansion into adjacent areas. In doing so, we look to our past to help guide a more sustainable and equitable future. At the same time, we must remain mindful of the growing threats posed by a changing climate, rising seas, increased flooding, and more recently, the heightened risk of wildfire.
So this is something that
Net credit.
that has been going on Kauai for a while, where we've looked at the individual camps, because these are very small plantation camps. And every single one of them has a different footprint as well as a different design that is specific to that area. And that way we'll keep
Keeps changing up, sorry.
that way we keep the integrity of the community as well as to show that there are different styles of living. These are all very old. They do not meet form right now or code, which is why we now have a new plantation code, a plantation housing code specifically for youth areas. They are not going to be used for transient vacation rentals. They are only to be used for residential use. And they will be relatively affordable. It's nothing that's really affordable in Hawaii, but we are trying to be as affordable as possible. The other parts, if there are any questions, I can try to answer some of them, but we can get back to the planning department. Mr. Hull, Kaina Hull is one of our more forward-thinking planners, and he's been working on this form-based communities for at least the last 3 years. The other things that we have on Kauai right now that's relatively new is we are going to have I'm not held by any NDA, so we are going to have an Amazon distribution center that's about an acre under roof, and we will have a Starlink communications tower that's going to go up relatively soon. The rest of it I will leave to Elton.
Any questions for Linda? Moving southward to Oahu, Jerry's not here. Do you want to share anything on behalf of your HACEM? I don't know if you had a chance to talk to Jerry or.
I've not talked to Jerry and I've not talked to Robert, who we do have a new member appointed interim until they can become official through the legislative process or whatever. But Robert Harder, who is actually he just retired from us a few months ago, and so we were happy to keep him around a little bit and bring him on board. He's also been very active in the Hawaii Emergency Management Professionals organization, so we're happy to have him on board. But other than that, I've not been able to connect with Robert or Jerry.
Chair. Kelly, what's the timeline for our new member from Oahu?
The timeline is basically we're waiting for the Senate confirmation.
Okay.
And he's currently on vacation right now, so that's why he's not.
Yeah. So I think, Chair, the next meeting will probably expedite his confirmation and then get sorted at the next meeting. Thank you.
I didn't have his certificate, but he's not sure.
Moving on, now, Lisa.
Good morning. I'm going to be touching on a few of the developmental things that HIEMA's been going through in the last year, specifically with Chief Amos at the helm. HIEMA has been growing by leaps and bounds, and both in staffing and in just the reflection of the community. So I think one of the more exciting aspects of what they've been focusing on is our CERT program, or now it's considered the MCERT program, the Maui Community Emergency Response Team. We've now got, say, 40 community instructors, just the instructors alone, which are more than just instructing the community on resilience and response, but they're also working hand in hand with the administration within HIEMA and also solidifying the program itself. There's been a lot of growth in our CERT program, a lot of changes. We've rebranded, we've got a new coin now, we've got a new Maltese and new uniforms, a lot of public excitement around CERT, and it's definitely reflecting in how many responses we've gotten from the public. We've got an amazing coordinator, and it's Cherish Adamson, and she is ridiculously certified. So she's an excellent resource to have at the helm. We're going to be sharing a report here shortly, but in that report you can see all the crazy certifications that she's got. So it's great to know that we've got one of the most highly certified emergency response coordinators in the state working with us. It's really exciting. They've also been working with the CERT volunteers, been working with TSA canine training, with Red Cross smoke alarm installations, our different disaster expos, career fairs, the EOC activations, they're involved in that, and also tabletop exercises. So CERT is definitely getting its legs under it, and that's going to be reflected in our community's resilience, that's for sure. HIEMA has also, I think one of the main reasons that CERT is growing so well is our forward-facing to the community itself as HIEMA as a whole. We've got 25,000, over 25,000, probably more like 30,000 now, HIEMA alert subscribers. So every time there's an activation, we've got immediate response to, or immediate notification to over 30,000 of our community members. In 1 month, we had 37 HIEMA alerts set out for various things, whether it was red flag warning or fires that required a full EOC activation and community community activation and flee the zone. We've had 12 activations in September alone for different fires, and we've been casually keeping track of the cause of the fires, whether they're arson or specifically also encampment fires, because we are starting to address that aspect of some of our response. How much is this chicken and the egg cycle of encampments and vegetation management and vegetation, over-vegetation causing encampments to get stronger and more hidden and more entrenched, which then brings more risk and then brings more vegetation, and just we're trying to break the cycle, and we'll touch on that shortly. Other than that, and our Facebook and Instagram is really taking off. It's one of the new hires that HIEMA has taken on. Is not social media, but that's definitely the way we get the word out these days. Reels and posts and videos, we get 135,000 views. That's the entire population of our island. So it's definitely getting information out to our community, and is really very well received. We've got a lot more to talk about, so I'll just leave it at that. But does anybody have any questions?
Questions for Lisa? I guess, can you be sharing about the genesis in your office?
Will be a little later in the agenda, but I will be sharing it.
As far as Big Island is concerned, one is if you look at the minutes from the last meeting, actually, some of you recall I shared that I wasn't sure about my status about the remaining vote with HACEM or remaining as the chair. So I have not had a chance to sit with General Logan or Administrator Barnes yet on that. As well as I think I shared with the group, it's my desire on behalf of HACEM to sit with the governor and get a little more direction from him on what he expects from us as an advisory board to him. So again, we were talking again before the meeting about the opportunity to schedule that, to get a little more direction from both executive boards and I'm sure that will all be soon. But until such time I make a decision personally with this consultation, I'm still here. So I'll continue to try to serve as best I can. As far as Dr. Bergen's status, his term did end June 30th. Trying to see if he'd be open and interested in renewing his term, but he has his own personal health issues, so I'm trying not to press him too hard on that. But I did share with the mayor as far as the need for a representative, so they are aware and looking within the community for possibly a replacement for them. Other things we've been working on closely with Talmadge. Most recently, it's the tsunami events, the 2 watch warning events, and more specifically is the engagement with the business community. I'm sure every audience is dealing with this, with the desire of the business community to be more of part of the solution and part of the problem with the mobilization of resources when we get into an evacuation scenario. So Talmadge and I had an opportunity to sit with the management from HACEM on the Big Island as one business entity in that evacuation area and as a critical and essential business for recovery. And it was interesting because they are trying to develop their own evacuation plans as well as recovery plans post-impact if that occurs. And it wasn't until we sat down together and talked about what are some opportunities to collaborate on solutions for them. So as an example, with the July event, they didn't realize the congestion that would occur. Again, I shared with the chairman before the meeting, looking at this room, no one in this room was here in this arena in 2012, which was the last watch warning that we went through an evacuation with the whole community. So the institutional knowledge is often lost as we change layers across, even within the emergency management arena, but even at the county levels. So to hear some of the comments as we were sitting in the EOC, that look at the traffic, that's what we experienced in 2012, and again, we're going to continue to experience it until we start institutionalizing or codifying some of the plans and processes based on best lessons learned and best practices. So Matson being one of them, their goal was to try to move a large generator that would allow them to set up a temporary office and operation if the pier was evacuated and if the pier was damaged in any way. But it means having resources to move that large generator, which sits normally on the ground, but can be placed on a Matson platform or chassis and then relocated. So that was one thing they identified after the July event. They also identified the amount of containers on average that sit on the dock that have critical and essential recovery purpose and needs or benefit. And that'd be food that's stored in refrigerated containers as well as the pharmaceuticals that might be on the dock. So fast forward to the September event, they saw an opportunity, even though we were initially only on a watch and later downgraded, they were going to exercise their plans of moving those assets during that event. They mobilized, how they mobilized the assets was to basically stop the truckers at the gate who were exiting the pier and asking, can you help us and move some containers? So nothing was pre-planned. It was kind of on the fly with what assets were on the dock, commercial truckers leaving the dock empty and being able to help Matson. They elected to move all the assets to a church facility that one of their management team actually is a member of, pretty active. But we're talking probably close to 7 or 8 miles away in the midst of traffic. So they were only able to move 12 containers of merchandise as well as their generator. And what we discussed was, is there an opportunity to identify other staging areas from where they're at the dock and using that church facility as the extreme. And as we sat down and walked through some of them, we identified state and other government properties that may be ideal for temporary staging of their resources. One being the Guard's KMR facility. So it triggered a kind of a collaborative roundtable discussion, reaching out via the commander at KMR to Administrator Barros, General Rogan, is like, is there an opportunity to talk about this from a tsunami perspective? Matson and Young Brothers and Pasha to move those critical assets less than 2 miles from the pier versus trying to go 8 miles to a private facility. And the turnaround time could be a lot quicker, as well as if you temporary staging area, knowing that if we had it back, the guard would likely be activated and keep the space back. So that's kind of conversations we're having, because we identified in that short corridor from the intersection, if you're all familiar with where Ken's Pancake House and the road to the airport, et cetera, and then to the Kilcock community, which is one way in and one way out. There are multiple businesses with extensive amount of assets they want to move. We have 2 car dealerships, each going to try to move 100 vehicles out if we go into that location. Matson's moving all of theirs. We have truckers that are trying to move no less than 40 pieces of forklifts and other equipment. So we can really add to the frustration and congestion for the community to evacuate until such time they cross the airport. But it's just trying to support knowledge from both HACEM as well as some of the other nonprofit work we're trying to assist with to get the community more engaged from a proactive, preventative partnership role to reduce some of the impacts and being, again, part of the solution that we're talking about. That's just one example that we're working on. The other one, again, very recent, as General brought up with the federal shutdown, it's what's going to happen very shortly if the SNAP and WIC programs are not, they don't receive their federal support. We identified on the Big Island probably an area of about 37 to 40,000 residents who depend on the SNAP program. And if you're familiar with the usage of that program, the participants typically receive their benefits in the first week of the month. By the second or third week, they've already expended all of their benefits. By week 3 and 4, they're without subsidy or without those resources. Right now, based on the information we're receiving, that the funding is not there. Well, the funding that the state has in its budget for the SNAP program will be exhausted at the end of the month. So in a matter of a couple of days. The WIC program is sufficient funding to cover it through the middle of the program. So the Food Basket and Vibrant Hawaii, working again with College 2, is just trying to communicate out to the community what type of food resources will be made available to the community at large, and coordinate that again with the county as an opportunity to also look at it from a true disaster perspective. How do we coordinate food and other resource distributions when it's more global, like an item? We know this is a statewide event. So again, we're just trying to, at least from my perspective, as a support for Talmadge, both here and representing nonprofits, again, give him what support he needs and the benefit. We see this as an opportunity again to really exercise the food securities and food and recovery piece for another disaster. But those are the things we're working on. Again, so I really appreciate us keep saying thank you to Talmadge because he welcomes me in the EOC as part of the Vibrance nonprofit participation. When the resilience hubs are stood up, our goal is to provide him with situational awareness of his weather events, with communication coming in, as well as manage the communication going out, so they can be the conduit out to the community and keep things in an even keel. They're not reacting to social media, they're turning to get official information rather than other things that can create unnecessary money. And we've seen great benefit in the few incidents we've been in there, passing that information back and forth on the citizens. But that's my update. If you have any questions for me, or if you want to just chime in.
Yeah, so we've got to thank Daryl for the partnership, including us. This food insecurity part, I think we got all get involved with because it's part of our function, distribution, and so forth. But if we get a disaster and and that compounds everything, we got to be ahead of the game as far as what's happening. So we're kind of looking at this food situation right now that we're in. How it's going to affect any emergency response. So we've got a critical situation we're in right now as far as our communities.
Questions? If not, we'll move into the next agenda item, which is the actual report out from our emergency management officer. Since you're on that coverage, you want to keep going for Hawaii Home?
Sure. So what's beginning national news, kind of like every 2 weeks, a volcano goes off. as a function or as a side note to this government shutdown, the national park shutdown, there's no, I guess, support for the visitors up there. So you get thousands of people accessing this very volatile eruption. People are starting to get really close to the events to the point where my concern now is, if you guys been tracking it, you see where the vents sideways, sometimes straight up, and then the fallout depends on where the wind is, the direction. So if these people get into a situation, we could have a multi-casualty event that would overwhelm our island. And so if this goes, if the shutdown continues looking like it is, we're going to have to get involved with the park and see what we can do. We've got involved with them already because of traffic management. During certain events, they've had just gridlock up there, which locks down the highway. So we've got to have police up there, public works, state highways go up there, do some stuff. So as this continues, we're going to have to get more involved. It doesn't look like the eruption is going to change. Like I said, it'll be a kind of like a 2-week cycle. Inflation continues. You can track all the information. It's like the National Weather Service, Hawaii observatories is critical, so they'll continue to do their hazard mitigation, their monitoring. So all their stuff's posted. Till it continues to rise, it'll erupt, it'll drop, and it'll go through the cycle again. So we're dealing with that. This past event ran for about 8 hours. The fountain went up to 1,500 feet. The plume went up to 15,000 feet. So tephra, which is the cinder, real light material. Some people call it rocks, but if it was rocks, it would break a windshield. Got on the roadways, got into some communities and stuff like that. So we got to deal with that air quality, fallout into people who's all of that community up there is all in catchment. So we got to make sure that they are aware. Catch your gutters, and then you're not getting all this glass into your catchment tank and stuff like that, and clean it out afterwards. So we're dealing with that every couple of weeks, and I have to get engaged with the National Park Service, like I said, for the safety part of it. Like Linda mentioned, we've been having our wildfires. Up until this week, we were very dry. I think we had 2 spots on the island, extreme drought conditions. So looks like arson too. In one particular area that has plantation camps as well. So, noting that our fire department's been on one fire that's way up Malta in the pastures. They've been on that for a couple of months because the fire got into the roots and the deep vegetation that, until we get a big rain that just saturates the ground, that fire is going to continue to smoke. So they continue to get flare-ups. So we're dealing with that. We supported them. Pretty cool technology. We took our command posts up there, so they had a space to work out of. We took this piece of equipment, a rapid deploy piece of equipment, satellite communications that gave them cell service and internet service that they could work out on the command post. So they utilized that up there. Let's see. September, we concluded our prep fairs. We did 2 this past year, big prep fairs, east side, west side. This last one was in Kona, with all our partners at one of the county gyms. Next year, we'll do 4 smaller ones at the remote sites on the island, the remote communities. So we concluded that. Like Daryl mentioned, the tsunami, that generated a lot of work. I've been going to a lot of community meetings, taking a lot of gas from the community as far as hearing what their issues were, trying to let them know that we're buttoning up the loose ends, trying to make things right. In fact, we've got and this was planned before July 29th, we got a annual community Keaukaha evacuation exercise, November 21st. The schools always exercise every year, so they'll do their evacuation to the airport gates, For those that don't know, that Kilpaw community has to evacuate over the runway. So what? We've got to get FAA to shut down the runway. We stop all flights, make sure no flights are coming in or taking off. We open the gates, they evacuate across the runways. This year, it's kind of like the crawl portion. So they'll come to the gates just to simulate that part of it. Next year will be the full evacuation across the runways and so forth. So we'll exercise that. We, in the last couple of years, we came up with an alternative route for the community that doesn't mean crossing the runways. We'll open that and exercise that for the community where they drive that route. And some additional things with Darryl, work with the airport. There is another area, kind of at that, the one end of the runway before the CAP hangars and stuff, that might be suitable for those containers. So, you know, as a meeting, is going to check it out. Yeah, that would be a better alternative. So yeah, continue to work with Matson about those guys. Plenty work to be done. And then, General, you had mentioned that, you know, thanks for taking time out of our busy schedules to attend these meetings, you know, like the briefings and stuff. We need those briefings because it brings us all together in coordination and stuff like that. So it's no time off our backs at all. That's all.
Questions for Doug? I just have a comment relative to the evacuation during the tsunami in the airport area. We offered up to your acting police chief a partnership with some of our soldiers and airmen that are there. Because they're going to, honestly, our full-timers will be the first responders, and time will be of the essence. To where we can purchase some of the equipment that's required for traffic management, vests, flashlights, whistles, white gloves, and stuff like that. If they can do the training, we can have a ready force available with pre-scripted traffic control points, and then it can kind of facilitate that rapid decompression of that area across the runway. So something we want to kind of build out throughout the year as you go through the chief selection process.
Yeah. So, you know, the airports have a limited staff, right? And especially after hours. They could use all the support they can. One of the hiccups that we had during the tsunami evacuation was we had some players activate that never were part of our plan. So they never knew anything about our checkpoints. We had 158 checkpoints island-wide. And they were flowing traffic the wrong way. But like Darryl says, you know, we've lost that knowledge. And so even some police officers, not knowing the new evacuation routes, they were flowing traffic the whole paths. And so we gotta bring everybody in and exercise. And that's why November 21st drill is fourth one. But yeah, if you guys are gonna muster up, be part of the response, we're gonna get you guys to the table. During our planning meetings and stuff. Definitely appreciate it.
No questions for Tom? I just add one more piece. So November is going to be the 50th anniversary of the Halape event, which is again a locally generated tsunami event. So I know there's some community efforts with tsunamis, you know, to do some public education about that, about the scenario. Instead of hours, just minutes. Okay, moving northward.
Good morning. This report right here. The Colonel asked me to just kind of talk about what this is, and so I send out a marriage report every month. And this is what that looks like. You guys can read through some of the progress we are making. Obviously, we want to let our mayor know what activities we're doing. It works in our benefit in many, many different ways. It goes to the managing director. It also goes to the fire commission, fire public safety commission, who I also report up to, as well as goes to as well as it goes to HIEMA. And you can kind of see the monthly report is connects to our strategic plan goals and objectives. And that's why it sits in that way. And then the following reports, when there's just tremendous work coming out from the team, I put together a report to share with everybody, to share with my teams as well, because the way the numbers kind of sit, it doesn't really reflect the actual scope of the work. So this is what I offer to the mayor. And this is reports out for the month of September, and from when I report out to what it's now, the progress, the report has already progressed. It's listed as 20 instructors for CERT. It's actually 40 already within the past 15 to 20 days. Related to staffing, we have 25 positions funded. We have 23 filled. We have 26th position funded by the Maui United Way, and that's a Human Services Branch Director. We'll go to budget for that position in FY27. I did a presentation and debriefing on my mayor on Friday, and the short story, which I'll explain a little bit later, is we run the wildfire risk reduction program, which is part of our hazard mitigation program efforts, which is tremendous amounts of work that I'll share with you later. And I asked him if this is what he wants me to do. Does he want me to fulfill that function for the county of Maui? And the answer is yes. So that means that I'm requesting 3, maybe 4 additional positions FY27 specifically for hazard mitigation. We create a hazard mitigation section within the agency. I'm also proposing 24/7 coverage within the Maui EOC. The reason why that's happening is because the community really wants they really like the way we've been messaging. And so all of even the smaller fires that wouldn't generate an activation, we still plug in for those. And the community demands it. And so that means what happens now after hours is we have a MOU with the police department. They call us out with specific triggers. But there's a gap between what those triggers are to activate us and what the community thinks a significant event is. And so because the mayor understands that, because he gets a lot of feedback when we don't message for a smaller fire, managing director of comms, they all are very familiar with it. Initially, they support this idea of 24/7, which potentially takes me to 40 and 45 members within the agency. I guess we can go to the presentation. I'll talk about the hazard mitigation program and a specific project that we're looking on, and then we'll go back to the report. So Ukumehame mile marker 13.5 is on the way to the west side. It's a 42-acre property. It's right next to a major primary and only transportation artery to the west side. It is next slide, please. So it is part of. It's part of a wildfire risk reduction program that HIEMA is running. And this part of the program is HIEMA is responsible for the county parcels. The 1,700 parcels currently owned and controlled by Maui, and I gotta go figure out what we're gonna do about the 1,700 parcels moving forward. But this is one of the primary parcels that we have looked at. This includes 5 different parcels. Invasive fuels, high wildfire risk, once again, shuts down the transportation artery, Makai of the zone, as well as residential areas, Malka of all of the zones. It includes major cultural sites, includes wetlands as well. And it became priority for the mayor, and we had taken on the project and go through it. Tremendous amounts of partners, what we expected we're going to deal with. We thought we were going to do some encampment clearance and some vegetation management, and it turned into something much greater. But tremendous partners, collaboration, coordination, county, state, and federal, and I'll share what that is. So this is a glimpse of what that area looked like. But it's a 42 acres, 5 county parcels within the past 2 years. 12 fire incidents, once again, transportation artery, invasive flammable fuels, multiple encampments, persistent drought, culture sites, just very complex situation dealing with various permits, various partners, various analyses, various laws, and it made it a project we started in June. Vegetation just completed. Let Lisa talk about that. We still have the batteries that we're also dealing with, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. So we go through this authorization process. It was authorized in June, and you go $1.4 million for 42 acres, 5 parcels. It starts off with notification outreach. We follow laws. Obviously, the county got sued for a misapplication of the notification outreach process, and so the Corps Council works really closely with our entire operation. We move into this encampment clearance, and it's broken down to debris removal, vehicle removal, personal property processing, and storage. Many partners come in and work under various grants, under operational budget, under even volunteer, and contractors as well. Moves into all of our hazardous vegetation. I'll let Lisa. Lisa was a contractor of ours. Construction was a contractor that helped us with this project. I'll let her chime in for a bit.
Thank you. Our business was chosen because we're the largest vegetation management forest mulching contractor in the state. We just have to be Maui. We specialize in forest mulching, which is not everyone is familiar with. If you look at the heavy equipment here, you can see some large excavators, usually between 15-ton and 30-ton excavators with masticating heads on the front, which is like a huge cheese grater that just eats a tree standing in place, which is important because when the tree's roots are actually holding it in place, the mulcher comes down on it, spreads out a nice layer of carpet mulch, which then does not require any hauling out or any burning or anything. It also works as weed control for a while, and it is not a big pile of mulch that could then begin smoldering and be its own fire risk. It's all done, kind of ends up in an even cleaner version of what you see in the bottom left picture. The vegetation management challenges on this one was specifically the species of tree is opioid. It's a fast-growing invasive species that is one of the worst trees we've ever had to work with. It's incredibly resilient and tough. And I bring this up because a lot of people see this kind of vegetation behind you and you think, oh, it's all Kiawe. Everybody knows Kiawe. I was getting nonstop calls of people saying, hey, get Kiawe. You know, none of it was Kiawe. So a lot of your locations on your islands that are vacant, unencumbered land, take a closer look at the vegetation. It very well may be this fast growing tree. It is heavily formed from the ground up. The entire trunk, all branches, everything. The bark itself is like leather. It does not break. You have to shred it apart. I bring it up because equipment like this and technology like this is mandatory for this kind of clearing. The clearing is important because, like I mentioned earlier, it's kind of a never-ending cycle of, oh, this area looks attractive to maybe vagrancy or encampments. Encampments bring in more risk, and specifically in this location, we had a very, very active chop shop just hidden in the trees. You kind of, as you drive by, you kind of get an idea that it looks like a lot of cars back there. It was over 220 cars. And a large amount of them were EV cars, specifically because they were actually using the batteries from EV cars to charge and run chop shop. So these incredibly delicate EV batteries are now being jerry-rigged and hardwired to something else, to something else, to something else to run a chop shop. Really, really dangerous situation once we really started looking into it. Like once those EV cars became obvious, that's when I think things started getting, we really started getting some movement on them when it was done. The vegetation management portion of 42 acres took us almost 12 weeks. And it took every piece of equipment we've got, including water trucks for dust control, water trucks for fire prevention, 2 large 30-ton excavators with huge masticating heads on them, and then also compact track loaders with masticating heads on them as well. I think that this is a relatively new technology, and I think it's something that every island should probably be considering, whether it's addressing the vegetation management through a contractor's side of things, which is how it's happened this time because this is the first time out of the gate, or whether a DPW arm of this. You know, this doesn't need to be run through contractors, but if you are considering adding attachments like this to the equipment that is already in your DPW, there's definitely conversations that we can have because it's very, very violent technology, and it's really, really hard on the machines. But getting all this vegetation down, we've never had the type of public response that we have on this project. Every single day, phone calls or emails or texts or just somebody driving by and honking to clear this area, which was, this was a really big deal, what needed to be off. This was a heavily entrenched encampment on one side. Major, almost decade-long housing that people had created, 2-story tree houses. It was crazy. And then on the other side of it was the chop shop. And what they were able to pull off, what they were able to organize and actually deliver is very, very impressive. We've got lots of pictures and videos to share if anybody ever has any questions about it. But that's the vegetation side of things. I know we've listed, spaghetti grass, buffalo grass, Haulikua, Kiawe. Those 5 vegetations were 2% of what we dealt with. Everything else was Opiuma, and that Opiuma was not there about 12 years ago. That's how fast that grows. So Yeah, if anybody has any questions on that?
But just a quick clarification, what was the amount of acreage, and you said 12 weeks?
42 acres
And 12 weeks with heavy equipment.
with heavy equipment, with like 6 days.
Thank you.
So, taking a step back, when I took over in January 2024, Mali has a huge wildfire risk. We all know that. Winds follow through, a lot of fallow land, unmanaged after the plantations left. And so I started asking the other departments and our managing director as well, was like, who's gonna take care of this? Does anybody want to take care of this? Who does this fall under? And of course, no one's gonna say me. So that went on for about a year. And I just kept asking because the community was screaming about the county doing something related to fire risk reduction. Right? It finally came up again. The mayor drove it. And short story is, HIEMA was assigned it, and it was assigned as a pilot to be turned back over to somebody else. So DPW, who wasn't a contractor or used in that form for this one, it was Lisa. I asked all the different partners that could have led this effort, and it wasn't. So anyway, that's kind of what it is. So an additional hazard that is infecting all of us is the electric vehicle batteries, and it's a tremendous wildfire hazard. You guys have done any research on the electric vehicle batteries? It's if they're damaged, they can easily just run away by debris touching an open circuit. Run away and burn. There's video of how it does that. It has damaged ports. It's sunk ships. So it's a really big problem that the globe hasn't figured out yet. And so we had 27,000 pounds of electric vehicle batteries that we have to address. And what was born out of that was a terrific partnership with DOH, Care Office, as well as EPA. You can actually read more about it. It's in this report in the back. We have an event where we're going to demonstrate the use of the Maui method. November 7th, there's an event on Maui at this Ukumehame site. This is the actual site itself. We put it together following the Maui method, and basically what happens is you take the batteries, you put it in a brine, it sits in a brine that neutralizes the chemistry within the battery. You leave it there for 2 to 3 days. You bring it out, you crush it, it becomes inert, packaged, and then disposed of. There's a potential that it can still run away. And so in the middle picture there, where on that top platform is where they crush it. If it should start to burn, they'll push it right into the white tank at the bottom, and it will stay there until it goes out, and then crush again and then package and then dispose. So the goal is to remove these 27,000 pounds of material off the island. And like I said, DOH here played a huge role, EPA played a huge role, and we're going to do a demonstration for you guys. Anybody wants to come, let me know. November 7th. Okay, this is just small stuff with them here.
I think one aspect of this that you may be mentioning shortly is that about half of the batteries that are being processed were removed from that location, removed from the vehicles. There's different techniques needed for everything. I mean, they're fully masked and gowned up. They were all safety crazy. About half of them are from those vehicles. The other half were from various disposal companies on Maui that did not know what to do with them. So just collecting batteries as cars began to age out. And I'm sure more than just Maui is going to be dealing with that very shortly. I'm guessing every one of your islands has a nice little bomb waiting to happen, just a bunch of batteries sitting and waiting to be disposed of, both in a specific, a disposal company's storage facility or tucked away in chop shop. This is definitely moving.
While we're finishing up with Kuihame, we're already beginning another project, Wai'ale. While we're working through Wai'ale, there's going to be another project, Kodomo. So HIEMA is managing multiple projects at the same time. That takes us on the ground. So we also have, hazard mitigation. We also have a LAUHIMA program where HIEMA has a work pay project that we go every month, and people can sign up and get us to go out. And the last project we did last month was Lahaina High School. Got some fire break for them. It was part of a much bigger effort, but from that birthed the HIEMA program, which is we're going to give off work days every month to support all of our risk reduction, hazardous fuels reduction. Evacuation. So we do have Logis AI as a traffic AI modeling software, and the initial plan was to model the whole county and provide recommendations to DPW administration on where they would make their road improvements based on how that analysis came out. Well, the short story is that we decided to pivot, and we're actually going project to project versus the whole thing, because by the time DPW could actually take action, the whole situation has already changed. So we're going project to project. There's multiple requests coming in from county council, coming in from transportation partners, coming in from DPW, coming in from the mayor, coming from community associations related to evacuation, and we've been doing all of these analyses. If you guys want to see what that looks like, shoot me an email. I'll send you what it looks like, what we've been able to afford. Everybody in Maui is worried about evacuation, and so a lot of that has to do with public education versus evacuations, right? And so we're interviewing 23 applicants in our first wave for the leader of our communication section. That person will be designing our public education campaign, which takes us into the community in a workshop fashion. Geographic specific, looking at all the threats within the geography, as well as the vulnerabilities, and then as well as what we can do, and then identify what that gap will be, and collectively work together to solve it. And so Genesis Protect, which I'll talk about later, plays a critical role to the evacuation piece and how we have kind of quelled the community angst. Training, I have an inexperienced team, and so what we've done is we have this kind of real robust training program. It includes what we call HIEMA, it's core competencies. We do that weekly. It's a 1-hour training. We bring partners in, they give us capabilities and limitations, and we understand capabilities and get to ask, these critical partners how and what and how we coordinate from their perspective, as well as staff. HIEMA staff also briefs out or teaches about their sections and shares all of their experience. We do tabletops every week. We have a HIEMA staff qualifications program as well as a partners program where we invite all of our partners to all of our initial certifications, and we fund it. And it's a really, really cool thing. We have an isolated community, ISOCON is what we call it. Molokai, Lanai, and East Maui have specific staff specialists that live in those communities. We have response vehicles that have lights and sirens and mobile units. We have authorization through county council approval. We'll have our HIEMA vehicles, all emergency vehicles. So in those communities, we respond to the ICP, and we support the incident commander in strategic understanding. We have drones and Starlinks on those response vehicles. And then they feed situational awareness reports back to the EOC. There have office spaces as well, and we haven't secured all 3 office spaces yet, but we expect to real soon. Community resiliency hubs. So the county council has wanted to move money, $600,000 from Office of Economic Development over to HIEMA, and they said, hey, HIEMA, we want you to take care of this network. And so that's what we're doing. And when we discuss with all of the partners on what is the community resiliency hub, nobody has the same definition. So we're working with Vibrant Hawaii and potentially Tetra Tech to help us bring in or create a strategic plan for all of these partners. And because it was once under Office of Economic Development, now it's under Emergency Management. There's a totally different perspective and approach. So we want to come to an agreement and plan to mobilize that community resiliency hub and network to support disaster response and recovery. That is all I have. Questions?
Questions, Davis?
I just have a comment about that whole vegetation clearance. Impressive, we were simultaneous with our debris removal from the PDS to the PDS site, and watching that, alongside with our operation was impressive. They really kept it safe, especially with the EVs. And then we're working with Chief Jenkins when both the TAG and HIEMA administrator had put forth EPA to go forth with that whole Maui method. It's great to see that that's also going to become a global nationwide program to make EV batteries in the American system. They also said in the energy community when I went to in Puerto Rico, they were impressed by that operation and how that was. And it was ongoing, I told them, with various construction. But to migrate the bureaucracy to get the folks to get all that county resources to work together with their construction consultants, and I was impressed with that too. So that is also a model of what we're trying to use on our task force for our county department.
Just wanted to say that the Maui method was born after the wildfires. All of the disposal of all those vehicles and batteries. I want to say that Greg Jenkins, really good friend of mine. He's a Maui firefighter, and he's a captain on HAZMAT team, and he birthed that idea with EPA. So Maui method, why it's called the Maui method, is because it's connected to him, and he comes from our local community in our fire department, and now it's kind of a global model of how to neutralize the disposal of batteries. So just wanted to share that because he's a tremendous asset for the state of Hawaii.
Amos, how's that brine?
I don't know about HAZMAT, but they mentioned all kinds of chemicals that create this chemistry. I can look up with Greg Jenkins. He'll talk your ear off about brine solutions and what it means. I can connect you if you want though. He'll talk you HAZMAT all you want to talk.
We'll be there next week, and then you guys get to come to the showcase. I don't know what we're calling this. The demonstration on how to deal with this stuff. But having Greg there, Penco, which is Pacific Environmental Company, they've been the tip of the spear in getting these EV batteries out of the vehicle safely and then processed safely. But it's been really interesting to watch them just absolutely defer to Greg because he's just this amazing wealth of knowledge, and he's taking it and adapting it to the on-the-ground challenges, and it's working out really, really well. And to what you were saying, it was really impressive seeing county resources and state resources and general contractors and Mama Nui, which is volunteer. Everybody worked together really, really well. I was incredibly impressed. It was probably the best run public agency project I've ever been. County, state, federal. It's and it's really complicated. So,
Maybe
it's still going on.
I should have said this, but we had times we were watching that machine eat the tree.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's so
We definitely need some specialized equipment like that here on the wall.
Yeah, and they have their own specific just needs and challenges with. I can talk here about that.
All right.
Ask me at lunch.
All right, thank you.
Other questions?
Well, Amos, on top of your rather robust and action-oriented program, having this and a PowerPoint to show up the rest of us, thanks for that. I suppose when I get a staff that big, I might be able to do that. That being said, we are trying to move toward more staff, and that's one thing that we've been focusing on. We're at pretty much a record low, as far as I'm aware of, in my short time here anyway, that's anything that I've even known historically. And so we are in the middle of our first reorg, which should position us well to move to a second and third reorg after the fact. So the things have been approved by the union, they've been put out to the counties, and now we're waiting on formal approval from our budget, finance, and HR departments, and they've already informally approved them. So hoping that will go forward quickly, and we'll be able to hire more positions. Only a handful at this point, but that does set up our organizational structure to expand with we hope to get about 30 positions, 31 positions with FY27 budget money. That's what we're proposing at this point. We still got a long way to go to even get approval to formally propose that in our budget process, and then even more in FY28. So that's kind of our stair-step chess game that we're looking at in terms of growth. We also are in the process of hiring a new training and exercise manager. I think we had interviews yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before, and then more interviews tomorrow. So hopefully we'll start coming up instead of bleeding people and that sort of thing. So really focused on trying to get that reorg established, and then just forward movement from there. We did kick off the continuity of operations project, hired a contractor, Haggerty, and so we've announced that out to all of our departments, and very brand new, just kind of kicked it off about a week ago. And so Haggerty will take over with our project manager, TRA, and start doing a comprehensive continuity of operations plan across the city with the key departments that are involved in those essential tasks and so forth. Another thing that's been keeping us busy has been the Homeland Security grants and the Urban Area Security Initiative. And if you're not familiar with some of the chaos wrapped around that, normally in years past, we've averaged about 1.1 million a year in Urban Area Security Initiative money. This year in August, we got a NOFO saying we were going to get 6.3 million in that funding, and that caused us to kind of go, oh, well, that's different. And we had 4 hours to put together an investment justification spending plan for that. And so we submitted that and thought we were on a good trajectory. And then around September 30th, we're notified that we were going to get 16 million. And that really caused everybody to kind of backpedal a little bit and figure out, okay, well, how are we going to spend 16 million? And oh, by the way, but the performance period was going to be cut down to just about 9 months, which we were like, I don't even know if we can spend 1 million in 9 months. So that made us start to think about some things, but we had obviously lots of questions enter in the federal shutdown, and no questions can be answered at this time. And so all the while, though, there's also legal implications as where did that 60 million come from? From a lot of cities, New York, Chicago, whatever, all of whom filed legal proceedings, restraining orders, and that sort of thing to try to claw back some of that money. And so basically what we know, as best as we can piece together, is we could get $16 million. We could go back to the original NOFO and get the $6.3 million, or it could even go back to the $1.1 million. So we don't even know what's going on with the period of performance. So that's kind of been messing around with my grants team and trying to figure that out, and trying to work with all the people we sub-grant to, obviously the police department, fire departments, and other partners as well, trying to just be ready for whatever we need to move forward and take advantage as much as we can with whatever grant money that we do get. That being said, we've also been engaged in a strategic planning process. We hired a company called EM1, who is an AI startup company, and I believe they actually even have a contract with HIEMA. We didn't hire them specifically for their AI product, but hired them to kind of introduce us to the AI product, but come in and facilitate that emergency or that strategic planning process. And so we have a draft that we're looking at now, and we'll kind of hash that out a little bit more before it becomes finalized, and then we'll be pursuing obviously the objectives in that particular strategic plan once we get it socialized appropriately and implemented appropriately. We've also had we hosted a management team workshop, which I think a lot of the counties also participated in, either in person or online. And we worked with all of our partners in the incident management team world here and that are part of our incident management program. And then we put together a strategic plan that is also in draft that we're reviewing right now. Right now it's basically internal to DEM, but we hope to kind of push that out to the other partners for their socialization and feedback on the draft plan. Hopefully just looking at streamlining and operationalizing more our incident management team capability. I think that's one thing that we've been concerned about is we've done a lot of training, and we have a lot of people that know incident management teams and that sort of thing, but they haven't been effectively put into our playbook and or into our strategy. We've tried to use them a little bit in some of our more recent responses, and I don't think we're really getting a return on investment for the amount of training that we've done in years past. And so I really want to see that change a little bit and figure out the mechanism to ensure that they're a part of the overall response strategy. That being said, also keeping us busy were our 4 responses. Of course, we had the tsunami and the hurricane, and then we've had 2 wildfires, one which we got an FNAC for. And so we've been doing interaction processes on those and briefings to our council and things like that. So that's a very broad overview of what's been keeping us busy since we last met. Anything you can say or anything I missed?
One just small. We managed to integrate our fire department's CAD system into our incident management system, which is going to be really helpful in kind of giving us situational awareness. They were re-entering a lot of that stuff in the EOC, so we're able to see with a short delay everything that they're responding to. We kind of went through and weeded out the stuff we didn't need. The only other thing that, just because it might come up at the state level, I have to say is we've been getting a lot of community interest or recommendations about evacuation routes that they want open during tsunami or brush fire or other events. So we've come up with like a standardized MOU template for private landowners, and that we been working to get a couple in place. One for wildfire is in Makaha, for example, more complicated, multiple owners. So right now, after the tsunami, there's just kind of this influx from legislators and others about roads they want us to look at. So we're working on putting together a work group with city agencies and state DOT to kind of come up with a formal process to evaluate these roads and kind of triage them so that we're not doing an infinite number of MOUs where we might not need it, and that we're kind of coming to agreement on whether the roads are safe. Some of them need quite a bit of repair, what kind of hazards, carrying capacity. So that's just something else that's been coming up, and I'm sure HIEMA has been asked about some of those things as well, but we have a point person on it and kind of a way forward right now.
Questions for Dr.
I just wanted to say that I'm super excited that you're here for the IMT effort. Being with the fire department, I've seen we've invested in IMT and have not got the return. I have my ideas on why, but I just wanted to let you know that HIEMA is 100% supportive of the development of an IMT, and I'm really interested to hear what maybe reasons you think the state hasn't been able to use IMT in the way that it should be used, or it's typically used. There are a lot of people with a lot of training, but in its kind of basic form, it's not being used very well. I would also go ahead and say that some of the training that we've been taking in the state hasn't been good training. So maybe multiple reasons why IMT hasn't been able to have the force that we hope that could. I'm just interested to support you in that effort. Excited that you're here to lead that. Yeah.
No other questions?
Okay, so I'll start off just by saying, Avis, thank you for your presentation. We will be sending 2 from KFD and 2 from Public Works to your lithium battery thing. So travel up to the systems. That'll be good. So I think last time we met, I had mentioned the military DoD Innovative Readiness Training Program that was underway or just about complete. So we have a YouTube video on that, but I won't share it right now at this time. But they wrapped up that mission, found some vulnerabilities, and that report has been shared with appropriate parties. And we wanted to continue on that path and make improvements. So David Kennard from our staff and I have applied for another round of IRT missions, hopefully for this coming year. It'll be a cyber round 2 and BARA, or best available refuge areas, round 3. So we hope to get that approved again if we're selected. We have ongoing efforts with our contractor to update our mitigation and resilience plan. So that's going on. We just sent the pre-final draft to Mayor's office for their review from our steering committee. So that is proceeding on schedule. We did have a visit by our partners at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. They did a feasibility study, risk analysis on our Waimea and Hanapepe levees. We have some funding for that, but not nearly enough to complete those projects in whole. But just very preliminarily, I can share that the Waimea levee was deemed that a 100-year event will compromise it partially, and a 500 event will likely result in catastrophic failure. So risk of life and property on the west side. Hanapepe is able to be rehabilitated with less expensive fixes. So we're going to have to see what our path forward is. Going to Congress, very low chance of the cost benefit given the small population we have relative to other jurisdictions. We'll try on those. Over the summer, we had our, as the rest of you, we had our annual CSD, or Civil Support Team exercise. So thank you, General, for the support always. We did our Ready, Set, Go campaign and community outreach in vulnerable areas. With the Wildland Urban Interface Bill, that's why you saw in that video. We had teams going on, police, fire, emergency management, even like Red Cross and other volunteers have gone out to canvass those communities. In the aftermath of the tsunami warning, I was asked to brief council, and I didn't want to mention this in yesterday's AAR, but the hard questions that are being asked yesterday, things that we're discussing. Our council actually told me, what are you going to do for the in-state locally generated event? And we have 45 minutes to an hour on clock. And I said, I have no perfect answer for that. We just try our best. But if it's hard to respond in time for something from the Pacific Rim, in-state, all we can do is hope that people are aware and prepared ahead of time. We do our best to execute. Talmadge, based on what you had said about your officers and others responding to your checkpoints, ours is a lot simpler. We have fewer checkpoints than you, but I was impressed that our KPD was able to execute. I remember developing that initial layer and plan in 2014. And I asked the officers, where were you or what were you doing in 2012 when we had the Queen Charlotte Isle earthquake? And one of the assistant chiefs was also patrolman, Officer 1. In other words, I was in the academy. And I'm like, you guys are executing the plan really well. So I gave them a confidence in the EOC. So that had gone pretty good. But that's the importance, as you had said yesterday, important front-end plans and awareness. Same thing with our EOC crew. We had to execute the checklist. Kind of worried to just execute, go down the list, do what we need, even the partners. That's that. We too have had those challenges with the federal grants. Glenda had mentioned some arson activity going on. We've had a lot of recent fires intentionally set. But even there, on the Homeland Security Grant Program side, we have a notice to proceed ready to be cut on a purchase that will improve our enforcement capability in that area. Basically, deployable automatic license plate readers that can help us identify suspect vehicles among all the vehicles that tend to go by these places and coincide with the tribal definition and things. But that's on hold until we get access to those stuff. What we've done on the HIEMA side for emergency management preparedness grant is normally we go to council for permission to receive and extend. But my staff went this morning, they might be there right now, to apply to receive and extend, just at the front end so that we can have everything approved. So as soon as you cut that agreement with us, boom, you can start using it to show the performance period. So that's our response here. We do depend on EMPG for a staff officer, full-time staff officer. But I think I mentioned before to this body and others, but County of Kauai, what we've done is all of our grant funded positions are dollar funded with county dollars. So a position exists on the county books, so it's easy for us to transfer county money to cover in the short term and do an adjustment journal entry later to correct it. Or if we have to, that's fully county funded, fully in the grant side. But that way we can do a bit more. As far as IMT stuff, I know Grant did mention, we did host safety officer and finance section chief classes in our DOC in September. Normally reserve slots for Kauai first, and then we open it up to the rest of the state. And then for both classes, we did have people from other jurisdictions show up, or even one of the federal partners will start. Anything else? And then finally, on the telecom side, our telecom officer, long-time telecom person who's been originally with Motorola and Pacific Wireless, PwC to us. He's retiring, and I had attempted a civil service recruitment, but was unsuccessful. He's going out at the end of November. I have a hourly hire with a former Motorola technician learning the ropes, and then we have a police, fire, and IT people also shadowing, trying to learn that. So I think we'll be okay. But why I'm mentioning it to all of you folks, I believe now multiple other jurisdictions are switching or have switched to Motorola. So Kauai having the most expensive road with Motorola. You have one more month with access to our let me know if you guys have any questions, especially with our use of the new smart connect personal radios. That's it from me. Thank you.
Questions for Alvin?
But then you know the levees and dams. Is that something we can put it with green fee?
The levies, I hadn't thought about that. That would be something amazing to do that. General is the main signatory on Act 35 fund, so we have quite a bit, 16 million or so saved for that. Currently with the Army Corps, we're going to use it, but yeah, those funds are limited, so that might be something. I hadn't thought about that.
Because I know Kelsey is working with David on some gauges.
Yeah, we had mentioned gauging station for the Wailoa River because we get repetitive flooding on the lower sections, and no correlation between the upper gauges and down below or what we don't. So that might be a low-hanging fruit, and it would be at a state DLNR state parks just in that area. But levees would, in my view, serve a much greater purpose. The flooding that we have in Wailoa is generally nuisance and not life threatening. I'm gonna message David Kenner right now.
I'm gonna go talk to Kelsey right now.
Any other questions for Alvin? If not, if the group is good, we can take a 10-15 minute break, grab lunch, come back, restroom. So, how's everybody good at 10? Come back at 12:45 or so? 12:40? Okay, good. 90% correct. So we've got about 90% of it stewed.
Yeah, I forgot totally about had to mute it once. And I realized you didn't talk to you, and I can't hear it.
Oh my gosh.
No, right? Like everybody's got. Oh, oh, I should go over there now. Oh my gosh. 14. What's this for?
This is for
All right.
come with us, Kelly.
Let me take a picture for the both of you.
Right there is good, look.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Bro.
Oh,
Not easy.
You can be.
I can't. My knees are bad. Yeah.
All right.
I like see it all over the internet.
I got so much about that. Fireball. You need that up and wherever they're fighting for months at a time. That thing is so heavy. I got to go play with it at the live fire training. So we had, oh my gosh, it was, we were there like 8. So we just looked at run around and then, yeah. So, yes.
So the food is ready, you guys. We have curry sesame chicken and coconut snapper, and then the vegan plate.
Yeah.
Curry, potato and peas, grilled tofu, marsala and saffron rice.
Purpose made, you know how like all the other ones are. You don't take the moisture off. So get all the
You brought it down initially with the different pieces of
This one, I thought the same size. It's actually the same size. I measure it as a birthday. But it's actually just got so much more power behind it, so much weight, so we can really so it reaches up like, say 12 feet. And you, so you reach up 12 feet and for a section of the tree, so how it falls. Broccoli. And so the broccoli falls and then you just eat the tree on the ground. Did you hear that? Stand still. And then around it, like the broccoli. We have more. Yeah, there's. There, I think we have 10. And this is really heavy. Donald just wait. One. On a 30-ton excavator, which is really helpful if you're in a big open area. But if you're really at any kind of curve, you don't want to carry.
Oh.
The ones that are on the it's more horizontal. That is much. Yeah, so so those are starting to be much more. Which one? The one like right on the highway? Yeah. That was highways. I did. Remember? Like right in front of the elementary school. That was emergency fire break.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna intersperse with. The last time.
Right now, a lot of them went either, they just went to another location. Perfect. So they went, some of them went across the street to the state. So I think that's right by the.
Is that yours?
Yeah.
Oh, that was yours, okay, sorry, I thought that was somebody bought it for me.
Sure. So some of them went across the street to the beach, so now it's state property problem. A lot of other ones went to all they, also called LDS church. A lot of them went to Kalua, which is the old high school. But we also don't have the area, so it's not going to be well, for a while. I mean, yeah. No, you know,
I'm like trying to schedule.
Yes. The cameras that we found that are the most are the ones that are hidden behind the trees if we have one. So the ones that are like really wide open, it's easy to monitor and you know.
Yeah, Mayor came over for this Korean Armed Forces Day. And Korean National two separate events that happened in October.
To make sure
because of the shutdown, the Dominican community has a little speech. So I gave a toast, and I had a toast after him. I'm like, bro, I gotta talk about that. I gave him a good speaker. But I had a engaged conversation with him.
Lives up in
Visiting card.
like he doesn't even live on a site. So, yeah, somebody's making money.
I made a big batch.
Right now, we're not doing.
So I had 2 bottles
got
for
rid of the
him.
entire chop shop.
I just can't get it.
We just have to pay to get rid
He
of
didn't
it.
want to check a bag very home, but I was great to the event. But we were gonna come visit.
I only reported
But I wanted to get it to him before the holiday season. He used all these up on the show. So I might have to use somebody to transport, or I might have to alter my plan.
Well, I would say, you know, that's kind of how I expected it to go. But what, we just glanced over it in the little, but the notification process, weeks, that weeks to figure out what happened every day. Every single day they would have to research. What would work for you, what will, you know, how, I can't say you how great people ask there's housing, distribution of housing. If you,
I only see
and then also,
what the media sees, but it doesn't seem like.
yeah, there's, but they will take it, because you gotta stay sober. Or just, you know, just not wanting to be in that process.
So I would say we probably want to get something by Thanksgiving. And then station snap, creates widespread rioting and looting.
Every single person who wasn't
John, it would be my day where
they
I
would say, you know, these
say,
are all like.
where's she going?
Collect all the belongings, give them a big blue tarp. Everything. Wrap it up. Process it.
And only one person took it.
All the nurses they did.
Anyone come looking for you yet? Gunner? Because he's here, so I mentioned, hey, in fact, I asked Francis to see if he can connect you guys. Just as a face to face.
They were so thorough, kind of foresight, heavy, of how to get everyone out of that was, we got everybody out. The only access issues we ran into.
Yeah, 'cause I know he's been sitting on the other side of it. At this
We're always
point,
like passing.
every time I
Trying
need
to
to help
check out,
him,
see what car.
it's like he's coming back. He just definitely not sustainable.
They did it as humanely as.
No, I don't disagree with that, it's just so they're very big deal.
I know. I kind of want.
I don't know if he doesn't tell you to give him guns. But I don't work.
And there's a like break up the ground and so emergency drug goes for so long. This is their track, so it just goes right up the mountain. Or your pumpkin is there. I don't throw a bucket in the gallon into it, drive it up there. Drive it. Or why you can also run that back and water can drop out of it. It's buildings. Pond, stream. And then you just go and fight. I was supposed to some wall and cancel it. And I think that's the problem. I mean, it's like 30. But you're right. But special people. Where to show up? Oh, you can put foam in it? So, and foam, we actually use foam. Sure. Probably later on today.
Yeah, we'll move it. Are you guys ready? We'll have the tsunami. Yeah.
7 or 8 minutes. Water, you're out.
Okay, we'll reconvene the meeting, and as you continue with your lunch, just wanted to share, and again, more so for our public participant on the call. Because we don't have quorum today, we were expecting one of our local members to show up, so we don't have quorum for HIEMA. And we have no other discussion or topics that require any action regardless for HACEM council. So we'll continue with the meeting as agendized with updates from HIEMA and our partners. Again, just as an information. Do you have any questions on that? Now we'll continue with the next item on the agenda, starting with the tsunami protocols update.
So I know, so we just had our kind of HIEMA PAR yesterday, talking tsunamis with our partners, with the county reps. So there were a couple things. We were already proposing to bring up the all clear piece of the tsunami protocol. However, after yesterday's meeting, there are a couple of things that we could probably have a conversation here today, capture some of that, package it, and then give it back to the administrators for kind of a consensus on where we go with it. So one of the issues was the initial message that went out from yesterday. So I'm capturing some of the things from yesterday. And we'll get to the handout afterwards, but the initial message that goes out, we kind of wanted to tighten up what that looks like, correct? So I know you guys had some inputs yesterday. Yep. Yep.
Okay, so, thank you, sir. And we, as you know, between something like July and August and September, we seem to have been very busy with the tsunami. And that was after quite a long quiet time. And so first, you should not think that just because it was busy for the last few months, it's going to continue to be busy. And likewise, it could also get busier. So there's no season, unlike my colleague here for hurricanes, there's no season for tsunamis, and we don't know where and we don't know how big. So we always want to be ready. But as a result of the 29th of July, which was the first time the state had been put in a warning for quite a while, and that the full evacuation process was exercised. I think we all had a lot of conversations, whether it was the state, the county, your offices, and us on the federal level. But one of the items yesterday that came up first was about that first message or that first notification. And so one question, because of that event, which was very close, so to speak, to us in about 6 hours, one question is whether we needed to just go immediately to a watch, even though we thought at the time it was not going to be a huge destructive tsunami. It could have been more at an advisory level. And so the question is, does the state, do you all want to be immediately put on a watch, which triggers the EAS, and then the EAS, versus to just stay at perhaps an information stage, which would not trigger anything. And when we knew more, then start that process.
So the conversation that we had at HIEMA was that Saturday before the 8.8, right? Because I think it's a call of whoever's sitting at the desk in there that puts us in a watch. Because if the question I asked when you guys came up this week was, hey, so next time there's an 8.8, I don't even worry about it because we only got 3 meters. And Dr. Chip says, no, absolutely not.
If it's that large,
Right?
if it's that,
Depending on where it is,
yes,
you know,
where it
all
is,
science.
how big it is. And
So-
so we wanted to make sure, whether you want it to be on a watch immediately or stay a little bit of time and have that. Because we know if you say advisory, it's a marine kind of action. It's not a land evacuation, and those are very different processes. So I think what we heard is you want to be notified as soon as possible as a watch, because an advisory will not trigger
Action from the group, from
and
the
notification,
DOC.
or
Right.
notifications.
Right.
But know that it's a different level of action that probably you're going to.
Okay. So the current protocol is whoever's working the desk will put us in a watch, depending, if there's an 8-point, they're gonna put us in a watch.
And if it's a 7-point that's right at the level, potentially, we're gonna do a little bit of work, to make sure we have the correct and best number we can use for 19. But we'll go for that watch, knowing that it could end up as an advisory only, but it could also be upgraded to a watch.
Right. So, because that's kind of our current protocol, correct? And as emergency managers, we want to keep that protocol. Does that make sense for us as we're looking?
To me, it makes sense. If there's a chance that it could go to warning, watch.
Gives us time to prepare.
And I think the only other side of it is, while we let everyone know and then nothing is so damaging and everyone goes, why did you do this? But I think we're all, want to be conservative, err on the side of safety, and be at the front end of the process. So I think that's where we started. That's everything before.
Yes.
But as we went forward in the next 3 or 4 times, our typical effort was to be a part of your HIEMA executive briefing. And where we've done this probably for decades, is it's been a verbal briefing or several, giving standard sets of information. And so what we presented yesterday was an idea. If it would be useful, we can go ahead and make sure we have a standard set of if you want to call it a PowerPoint, or a standard set of information that you can all expect, and we can put it in the same format every time, and we can make it written. Now, whether you want it as a PowerPoint, stuff like that, or we can work on that. But the important part is we want to make sure for all of you who are on the other side of this call, we have the right information or the information you need. That's this discussion, and we put together a slide and about 4 or 5 things that we sent around to the administrator. So kind of going forward, how do we make this better? So some people like verbal, some people are much better visual. And so what can we do? Because we absolutely know that during an event, there's only going to be 1 or 2 people in the ops, and they're really focusing on the science and the detection, especially in the first hour. So anything we can do to know what's needed, to automatically generate what's wanted. And we went all the way down to say, you know, our message right now has the earliest arrival is X time. So the discussion is, well, would you rather have a range? And I think we heard maybe we should think about a range in that public product. But we also heard the police, HPD, because they're doing roadblocks, would like more detailed information. And maybe you also have the same thing on AI. So if you want that, we we can generate a list of stations, of locations that we automatically generate and send it. And also proof it. So it's really about that type of discussion, and we've been kind of going back and forth, getting input from HIEMA and the counties for that. So we think that will help everyone. And especially as you figure out what the cadence for these should be.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is, we're, as a group, we want, put us in a warning. If it's big enough, put us in a warning. We can start to act. Now the message that comes out, there was a recommendation to put a range, right? That was a recommendation. Now you're saying in your initial message, you can tell me it's gonna start at earliest time of arrival 7:10 for Kauai. Wait. For Kauai.
Yeah.
In the same message, 8:10 for Oahu, 9:10 for and be very specific in that initial message.
If you would like that.
Yeah.
No, it's public, and once you have a number, lots of people think that's the exact number because it's public facing, and we know it's a model. Sometimes what you have is the first wave is the arrival, but it's so small no one would see it. You don't see it to the second wave, and the second wave is maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes later. So, pro and con. We can make it part of the public message, or we can create a file that just sends to HIEMA counties, and then you disseminate it internally the way you need it. But anyway, either way, it's a lot of socialization to make sure.
So on the tsunami protocol, they tell us, hey, the tsunami 7:10 first wave arrival, and we're all tracking that's on the island of Kauai, right? Does the counties take that message and push it down to their counties to be very specific on, hey, the first time of arrival for our island is 8:30 or whatever? Was that something that we pushed out on Everbridge or HNL Alert, Genesis, or individual counties?
We did that individually. But within our calculations within the EOC, we know there's going to be a lapse yet.
So we can give you exact numbers for what there were.
So do we want that pushed out from them? That calculation?
You guys send that out now, right? It has the wave arrival time for each county.
We do not.
You don't? Okay.
No, that was a conversation we had inside.
So there are two sets of messages have the word Hawaii in them. One is the domestic product, which you are getting, which says Hawaii is in a warning, Hawaii is in a watch, advisory, or statement. That's specific to you all, and customized so it's in local time and feet, etc. There is another message that PTWC provides for the entire Pacific. It's the international message that is also a public-facing text message, and it provides information and guidance. It does not say the word warning, and it's for the international, everywhere from Tonga to South Korea to Chile to etc. For all of those countries, it's a much longer message, but that message, depending on the size of the earthquake and the forecast, will have geographic locations, and one of those geographic locations is Hawaii. That international message, if you were to look at it, does have forecast amplitudes something like 30 or 40 minutes later. So that's the international message. it is available publicly, but what you get is a specific message that says Hawaii is in a warning. It specifies your alert level, and we do not put forecast heights in that. And the reason is because there's a lot of other things besides a model, right, that goes into why you would put something in a warning or not. It has, and for Hawaii, there are actually much more detailed forecast models that we can use for Kahului, Honolulu, Nauwiliwili, Hilo. And all of that information, plus we know where things amplify, goes into that decision of the word warning. It's not just one forecast. So when John says, yes, there are some numbers in there, and that message also has ETAs, and it has a number of the usual suspects. That will have ETAs.
Doesn't that cause confusion in the past? I feel like this is coming up, this with the past ones where someone's pulled up that message and said, oh, the wave arrival time is different.
I think it has. So I suppose you could pull out Hawaii out of that. We would also probably pull out American Samoa from Suleiman. I don't know that we're right now advocating to give you a forecast amplitude in a message. It's a little bit dangerous. There's a lot of different things going on. I think if you would like it, we can provide all of you directly that information. So for your information,
I think in my experience, various tsunami warnings, we have gotten information. So I mentioned yesterday in the AR, like we'll create when 1.5 meter Kahului and Hilo. We know that's going to put the whole state in a warning, but not much amplitude for the rest of us. Right. And that shouldn't go to the public, because they're not going to evacuate. Right? You need a miscalculation or twist. But I feel you do tend to give us that for the Pacific Tsunami Center does before the decision is taken. Yeah, but I don't think that amplitude should go to the public on the front end.
So for wave arrival, you're saying that it doesn't have the time. So if it were a local tsunami, would those times be off for everybody? Like, those, you know what I mean? Like, that seems like it would be good to have local wave arrival. And I guess for us, like, where we have so much traffic, and every 20 minutes could make a difference. Every minute makes a difference. I could see value, I guess, unless it causes a lot of confusion for everybody.
I was just going to mention, when you talk about local scenarios, there is a project that the University of Hawaii has been doing, I think, at HIEMA request. You know that project? Yeah. That looking at local scenarios, looking at the modeling, and that's going to provide you some idea of the innovation. And those are planning scenarios, because we could not ever do that in real time, in time to be useful. So those results are, I've seen preliminary. We know finalization, but those should all be made available for planning scenarios for local, and those would also have not only inundation but arrival time. But again, we can put a scenario South Kona, but if it's a little bit to the north, 10 miles to the north, your arrival times will be different. Right? So just be careful when we're doing response. Especially when it does it very quickly. Those types of errors.
So in the initial from you guys, we'll stay with the kind of the protocol. Here's the first time of arrival for the state of Hawaii.
Yep.
Right? 7:10. And then from there, because you're gonna give us the breakdown, and that's the one that
But
chipset.
not on the public. We wanted it in public.
Did we want it on the public? Randy, say no.
I don't want them focused on first time of arrival. I want them focused on period of danger.
Yeah.
In our messaging, we said basically complete evacuation by this time, which was 6:15. We want that place cleared an hour before it impacts. Until our third message, did we say first way to be back 7:7.
So we don't want the time at all.
But we
I mean, for us, yeah, we need to know. Yeah.
My only heartburn, I guess, is like that first HIEMA message, until we have a different product, is very adamant, like leave now, get to high ground now. And so if you have a really distant event, we have more warning time. That's what kind of poured everybody out on the roads. So I could see in that situation, the warning time giving them some context for like, is this a 3-hour event or an 8-hour event? That's the only thing I can think of in that first message, just because of the urgency that it has with the rest of the language.
So I think we heard that the WIA that has the word now, evacuate, or now, evacuate now, move to Highland now, as opposed to just move, is potentially a problem for when we have 4, 5 hours, something like that. We collectively can try to work to, I don't know if we create 2 WIAs, or I don't know how easy it is to delete the now, but we can collectively work to try to do that, but that's not an easy fix.
Well, it's even worse, because, I mean, what are you gonna do if it's 4 hours ahead of time, 5 hours ahead of time, 6 hours ahead of time? It's like, are we gonna have 28 different, messages here based on the timing?
One of the key components of an effective warning message is the specificity of it, including a specific time. Flash flood warning until this time. We need to do the same thing for tsunami, which works okay for us since we're a separate entity. And I think what the stumbling block for all these modifications we want is the West Coast. The fact that they incremental, it's going to be a forecast office going down the coast, the impact time changes. So if we had
if we had a Hawaii one, we're all good. Or we had a American Samoa, it was all good. It's the challenge of if this is a national WIA.
And Laura mentioned that we can collaborate to do something new, that our voices don't carry much weight in our agency. I mentioned this yesterday at the after action meeting. If this group comes to us and puts together a letter or a request or something, say we need different wording in this WIA, we need to differentiate between local tsunami and distant tsunami, that's something that will give us traction and point to that this is a requirement written that we need to do this.
Okay, so.
But that's separate.
Okay, yeah, so with that, can you give us the no kidding verbiage that we're gonna see? We'll bring it back to these guys and we'll come back with a letter to you guys going, if we don't want this message, here's what we want. Does that work?
For the WIA standpoint, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
We can do that. And so it's not rocket science. So if you can give us a few weeks and we can throw it back at you, or if you want to pull it all the way back to next year. But I think this is the same situation that Washington State should have. If the event is right off of Cascadia, they want the word now. But if the event's all the way across the Pacific, I don't think they want to tell people to evacuate now. Yes, we can. Oh, what about that public message? Keep it as it is. The earliest arrival is wherever it is, at whatever time. Or you can mark it. What is very true is the next time there is an event, what we can quickly do, because it's not actually involving reprogramming software, another method, is we can generate that list. If you all give us some locations where you want the ETA that are important to you, we can generate that list and email that list to whomever, if that would help. Because that's something that's pretty easily done, because we have the list. It's just about 1,000 locations right now, and we don't want those.
One of the observations was about having a period of impact.
That's what I'm saying. If we're talking about the public statement, can we expect impacts between 11 o'clock and 3 o'clock, or whatever you guys decide? I mean, can it be something like that rather than expect impacts at 7:10? You know.
It can be that.
Or is it easier for you to say it? Especially with arrival, when you say here, potential impacts for. If you cannot say the time frame, let's say for several hours.
You put several hours.
I think the key with that is that when you use an example of 7:17 p.m. down to the minute, you assume specificity. You assume skill when none exists. That's the problem.
You assume what?
Skill when none exists. If you get a time of arrival down to the minute, then you assume, okay, well, yeah, significant figure. They must be that good.
Totally agree.
I wouldn't say to round.
Well, that's one thing that we do. My goodness, with hurricane briefings, we don't say tropical storm force winds begin at this hour, even though that might be the time of arrival graphic. We'll say this afternoon or in this window to just kind of.
But you have time to clarify that. There's basically no.
Well, you answer your best. You tell us most likely.
We do get
Well, you're already saying, you know, what we did last time was expect the first arrival or whatever, the first impact at 7:10. So now we're just saying expect impacts between 7:10 and 9:10. Or again, whatever you guys
If that's
decide.
useful, or whatever the number is. Yeah.
Right.
And then that would be, for the state of Hawaii, Hawaii would be at
If it were from
7:10 to-
Kapata,
Right.
you were first, and those guys are last, and then if it's Chile, it's.
Yeah, looking at our attorney, does an end time reduce more risk?
Oh.
Yeah, so basically it'll be from here for however many hours until for the duration of the warning, whatever.
You know, we for these last few events, it hasn't been the first arrival time, so the number we put that's not the biggest event. It's like 3 waves in. So 3 waves in, about an hour in. So now if we're saying the first wave is at 7:15 for the next few hours, but actually it's actually more because the largest wave is beyond the first arrival.
Right.
So if we added more.
Could we just say like dangerous conditions are expected to begin between this time and this time and will last several hours? Something like that.
We can say that. I think really maybe we should put these options on paper, and then everyone can kind of look at and what does this mean for you? Or not mean. We can mock up a few sets of words.
Okay, so you'll send it to the administrator?
Yeah, and we can also provide that list and see whether that's That's useful. We could provide a map if you wanted. We could provide a travel time map if that's useful. You know what those look like. It's the contours with or without color with time. Good. Across the entire Pacific, or we could do it just close.
So that was part of the products that Dr. Chip sent yesterday, right?
He did not provide a travel time map. Rather, I think it was just a table, ETAs. But we can also do both.
Okay.
And maybe that's the simplest
So
way
you guys will
forward.
work up some mock-up,
Yeah.
some drafts that we can take a
A
look
lot
at.
easier to see actual examples.
Okay.
Might be more obvious.
I just can put, like, by the end of November, we'll close the loop on this thing and put it to rest. Make a decision by the end of November.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless some other big event happens before.
The other one yesterday too was our initial protocol was the counties would take, I know we had conversations that the counties would take WHIEMA. Because you can geofence that and be very specific, but HIEMA would keep the EAS. This last event, the state warning point kept both. They did both. So I know Jennifer brought it up yesterday that hey, the counties want the wheel back. I mean, from my perspective, we have the bandwidth at the warning point, and with something like this, more warning point officers come in and stay longer. So I have the bandwidth to do it. That's just my perspective from HIEMA.
I mean, for Kauai, we actually liked it. I recall that being proposed in the draft that you had sent. And so I guess we're going with that. And at first, I was actually getting staff ready to activate systems. And then when you guys said you're doing it and the hold went off, I think the first one was 1 hour earlier than originally thought. But it ended up being a good thing because I didn't have to dedicate staff to be waiting to make sure we're tracking the time, but everybody's doing other stuff. And it became better for us. What I thought I heard Jennifer say was though that because of vertical evacuation considerations so long, perhaps messaging, custom messaging is better. The one thing with WIA, although you can geofence, you can't really geofence. Because everything in range of the cell tower in the area is going to get the message, even if they're several miles in value.
For us, I think it's also partly it's the messaging, and we can also embed links to like our assembly points and stuff, but for us, it doesn't really save personnel because we're using our mass notification system to send messages anyways, and we now have the capability to send WIA at the same time. So because someone already is sending a message there, and this way it can be one message at the same time with the same information across all platforms. I think it would take more time if we were doing both, but because it's one, and I think it would be greater consistency in like the messages that we're giving out at the local level. So at least for a water, I know Elton, like if it were different, 2 different systems, I would say something different, but for us it's not a burden.
I also think that it just gives us a whole bunch more flexibility and adaptability based on whatever situation is going on. If we wanted to polygon an area to help direct them to reduce some of the gridlock and provide some instruction there, or if we wanted to do phased evacuations or something like that, that now gives us a whole lot more flexibility to help communicate than just going with standard statewide WIAs. So, and I don't know how we'd use it, but I definitely think if we were doing July 29th all over again, I would definitely be wanting to do something a lot different than what we did then. So.
And I guess from my perspective too, the counties have their individual platforms that you can put that stuff out on. HNO Alert, Genesis, you know, so I'm good either way. But I'm good either way. You guys, in fact, you guys tell me what you guys want I'm gonna do. And that's what we'll do it that way.
Does it have to be all of us saying the same thing, or we can do it by county? I guess that's the question.
I think that's an important point is the escalation and then the de-escalation, right? So it was late at night. I think the governor would have preferred that each county be able to undo the evacuation order or de-escalate their posture based on the data that you were receiving, right? So like Hawaii first, obviously in this scenario, would have seen the initial impacts first, obviously Hawaii Island a little bit later. But you also have lifeguards out there. You got people at the harbors. You got sensors and collectors that we don't have at the state level. So does it make sense to hold everybody until maybe a report comes out of the PTWC? And I don't think the governor feels that way. I think he thinks that, hey, as long as we're on the same page and we've taken the appropriate precautions, that as we start to see the magnitude, that we leave it up to the county mayors and you folks to be able to make that decision. So how do we craft the procedures to be something like that, tailorable, so to speak? And then the impacts are different, right? So some islands pretty easy, not easy. It's faster to get folks out of the coastal regions, but now you got this huge populations being shoved into a refuge site, and they're not getting along, or they've been drinking, or whatever, right? So it creates other problem sets that maybe are not synonymous throughout the rest of the counties. So it might be something that as we go meet with the governor, as the chair, we can once we get a consensus of what the priorities are here, then we can take it to them. And then getting back to James's point, the administrator's point, we can then craft it into a procedure that we can exercise or tabletop so everybody clearly understands it before the next event like this occurs.
So that's this piece of what the general's talking about, the all clear. What we talked about yesterday at the AAR is when we issue out that initial, hey, the state's in a tsunami warning, statewide, sirens went off, and we started the evacuation. That was initiated by the governor saying we're gonna evacuate.
That's part of the discussion I want to address. I mean, what is the benefit of doing evacuation under the governor's authority rather than the mayor's authority on each island? I think our preference would be just a mayoral evacuation based on the tsunami warning. Then we don't even have to worry about it. Then it's also ours to release also. But if there's some other reason that I don't know, that is, this has to be a governor's thing. Although on the local one, we get it. I mean, it's just faster, do it, kind of thing.
Well, part of it too is synchronizing with the state and county on here's what the government's doing. So that's part of that, right?
Two things, James. One is we have our system, our mass notification system programs. So like when they issue something from the weather service, it automatically spits out a message to our subscribers. And so if there's a tsunami warning issued, it's going to trigger a message to our mass notification system, not the WIA, but we just put evacuations ordered because we know a tsunami warning, like that's what's coming. And so that's going to be like the first thing they get before anyone does anything. And I don't want it to appear that we get ahead of it, but like that's just the way it is so that we can start. And it has a map in it and stuff like that. The second thing I worry about with the all clear, and part of the reason when Randy and I are talking about wanting to keep it with the mayor.
Okay, so we're not there yet. Wait,
okay.
Because if you read this, that's what we're proposing. That's what we're trying to. So the evacuation is at the governor's level, say the state is in a warning, and that's kind of protocol. I mean, I guess you can wait and your mayor can say, but the entire state went into a tsunami warning. There's something coming at us. So that's where, from my perspective, the governor goes, let's start evacuating.
So does that matter for canceling the evacuation order?
I'm gonna get there.
Okay.
I'm not there yet. Okay, so that's the initial. Then now, as we're going through and we're looking at the timing of it, what we're proposing, and I mentioned it yesterday, was, okay, by island and with consultation with the PTWC and the scientists in there, going, okay, Coy, your first wave or that initial phase of 710, no, we saw it first, we saw it second, we saw it third. Okay, because Randy came online that night and said, hey, that time when that massive wave should have hit us passed. So at that point, what we're saying is, the proposal is the mayor will call the governor to say, hey, we're not all clear. It's not all clear because we went down to an advisory. There's still, right, there's still energy, but on the land, we're saying we can go back in. The evacuation is lifted.
I think like what I said yesterday, what we're concerned about is that the wave makes impact. And now maybe you have, sure, the warnings canceled, but we don't want to lift the evacuation order because we need to go in and make sure it's safe. And maybe that varies by different areas of the island. Having that extra layer of having to like ask the governor, can we lift it here, lift it there? Because we actually have several different templates, you know, where it's like, okay, no impacts, safe to return to evacuated areas, impact, please, the warning's canceled, but the evacuation order remains in effect while responders assess conditions in the area. And that's more what I worry about, like it kind of stymies the flexibility of decision making if it has to go through another level to start issuing those kinds of things.
Another level of
like the mayor to the governor versus the mayor just talking to his first responders and deciding where the evacuation order can be lifted and putting out messaging accordingly.
So it could be, so,
I don't want to speak for the governor.
yeah, I would think that the governor would release that authority to the mayor, regardless of what part of the island. It would be up to you and the mayor to decide what part of your county, city county. And then for like Maui, you're the most complex, right? 3 islands. It would, once the governor said, if we were to use this model, that the governor ordered the evacuation in accordance with HRS 127 alpha, subparagraph 13 or 14, I forget which one it is, then that sort of constitutes the unevacuation order or the release from that evacuation order. At a certain point, the governor would then say, hey, you know what? Initial impacts that we thought were going to happen were not of such a magnitude. I'm going to release that authority down to the mayors. And then up to you, right? If you think the west side is more prone than the east side of your county, then collectively with all the other assets that you have, then you could probably make a more appropriate decision without holding everybody at bay for a longer period of time than what is absolutely necessary. That's what I kind of suggested to the governor. Or another way to do it, and I don't want to get into Craig's world, but I don't know how we would then kind of change legislation or change the HRS, is the governor doesn't order the initial evacuation because it's not super close. And the mayors evacuate and then inactivate, evacuate and then release the evacuation order based on the conditions that they're experiencing. Yeah.
But don't they have that authority under HRS today, like the mayors do?
After issuing emergency proclamation, yes. I believe that's a stipulation for forced or mandatory evacuations.
After the
After the EP. So if the governor issues an EP, or if we assume that once the sirens go off or the warning is issued, the governor issues an EP, then it can be statewide, it can be more immediate. Following on, the counties could then issue their own EP, which I think some do. Then he could release his portion of the EP that ordered the evacuation, and then geographically, depending on where the source of the energy is, you could then see a release from the evacuation order sequentially, or it could be near simultaneously. But I think it provides more flexibility based on the situations that are prevalent in whichever county we're talking about versus the entire state. But I don't want to waste all your time because I wasn't at the AAR yesterday.
I was gonna just throw confusion.
Yeah, great.
But just to highlight what's coming out of PTWC just has to do with dangerous waves. So the level warning, and we were also talking about de-escalating or going from a warning to a downgrade to an advisory, and then downgrade to nothing. But that downgrade to an advisory says just don't go into the water. Right. So we're not talking about evacuation, and we're not talking about all clear. So I just want to make sure, as if we're downgrading to an advisory, we put the right language about all clear, because you're not doing an all clear, doing an advisory, or are you? So I want to be as precise as we can to not cause more confusion.
Yeah. Well, but to add to the confusion more, I have a little bit of concern if we are going to release our evacuations on our own authority, but PTWC and National Weather Service still has us in warning, because that's what happened that night. Big Island's still under threat of tsunami, and that's why I was like, no, I need you to release us, and then I had no chronologically, kind of thing, and
so we need to be in sync.
Yeah,
with
because
the,
if we're
downgrade,
we're releasing things, but you guys are still saying tsunami warning, that doesn't make a lot of sense either.
So Laura, the timing of the sequence of waves between Oahu and Hawaii Island is less than 45 minutes, right?
Probably, yeah.
So, that's 45 minutes. We're still under warning. I don't see what 45 minutes buys you.
Well, that's 45 minutes of me having to deal with politicians that are screaming in my ear.
Maybe Amos had whatever.
And 70,000 people outside of their homes, so.
70,001, they're all, right? We all get it. But what I'm saying is, for them to have to go 4 different counties, we just got.
I think that's something they do regularly, though.
Well, no, and it's something we would want to be able to do. We don't have the capability now. Well, I guess we.
Oh, no, I just meant even like the red flag the other day. It's not like one county, all counties on every incident.
But in this case, for the tsunami bulletin itself, it is. It's all or nothing.
Like, right.
Whereas with the red flag, we could break it out, zone by zone, do different things. It's not designed that way.
Yeah, so we would have to redesign or customize, and there's some programming, and as I understand it from John, we also have a 30-day notice to change, and so there's a process. So it can't happen instantly. But if we don't start, we'll never get to the end. And then the other part of it is, once we start the process, you don't want to tweak it again because we'll go through this whole thing. So we should try to get it as right as we can with all this discussion.
You can wait till you start getting paid again, but let's do that.
Yeah.
So from a legal standpoint, that's a consideration. I don't know what the right answer is. I'm hearing what the general was saying about how the governor could delegate to the mayors after the governor issued evacuation. So COVID-19 pandemic, not the initial, but the first supplementary proclamation, I think it was dated March 16th. our county attorney and managing director and mayor sat me down and said, look, Governor directed the director of emergency management and the administrators of the counties to take whatever action, blah, 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 blah. So they said that's a delegation, so you can direct the state resources here and all. That's how we did it. That's what we did. I don't know if you want to do that all the time for tsunami, because not really the same, but that could be the portion of the evacuation already being issued. The decision went to lift, you can delegate it that way. That's not contradictory, it's duplicative in that both the mayors and the governor have that ability to evacuate the civilian population. Mandatory evacuation of the 13th. Maybe something a proc language or
whatever policy decision you make, it gets flexible.
So no real change to HRS, just the initial EP.
Yeah.
That provides that flexibility on the back end.
There's only a few things that the governor cannot delegate. Evacuation probably can.
So you guys are working that issue on being able to release by county from a warning, right? You guys started that, socializing that.
We have started to say this sounds like a reasonable thing to do, and I think we want to make sure, because right now, the way that's decided is we look at all the light stations, and they're not infinite number. So we're asking, or I'm asking Chip, do you need more tide stations? And where? Or you've said there's a possibility that cameras are going to be put in. So that's another set of different eyes. Or can state or county contribute some eyewitness? Because the last thing we want to do is basically, we have 5 stations on Oahu, but we don't see anything. There's nothing on Oahu from our 5 stations, and it's fine. But I'm a little bit worried that because when we do this county by county, the time's so tight. So that's the question we would want to ask as we go forward. Do we have enough stations at the same time? Or back to you, where are those hot points every single time that you're really concerned with, and somehow collectively we need to make sure are going to be clear? So that's, I think, with socializing, thinking through, to kind of get a group together and talk about messaging. We need to change the ad language to the message. The county, bottom county, and what is that language? What are those cautions?
Okay.
It's a good idea.
Okay, so we'll circle back to the WIA and EAS. I guess we'll put something together and propose it out to the administrators on. When we look at this is our latest take on it. This is modified for what's our standings protocols right now. So we'll continue to socialize with PTWC, and what kind of messaging we can get from you guys. We'll look for the mock-ups, edit that, and then we'll look at the governor's EP and make sure we tighten up that. And then again, the WIA and EAS. Anything else on the tsunami protocol?
Did you want to talk about the siren activation timing and the conflicting with the news conferences?
No, that's an internal fix. That's an internal fix. I mean, part of the protocol is we start the sirens, and we're basing it off of what they're giving us. So we just gotta be smart about not doing a press conference at the time we're gonna sound the sirens and the EAS. Yeah. Is there anything else?
So one thing about the sirens, yeah. In our operations for the Kyoto community and the gates opening on the runway, it coincides with the sirens. The community expects those gates to open and the sirens go off. So we gotta communicate. Because if I got aircraft on the ground or aircraft inbound, there's that window we gotta work with. And if the sirens go off, the gates aren't open. It would be a very bad situation.
Okay.
So, I don't know, Daryl, maybe you were in when this will happen, but they said during that administration, there was a communication that already FAA, I guess there was that institutional knowledge, they approved the runway to shut down. And so everything works. This time we kind of missed it. We needed about 15 minutes to get the last aircraft off the ground.
How much time do you need after that before you have to get?
Once the aircraft, the safety issue on the runway is cleared, then it's a matter of just getting the security to those gates.
So I didn't get a chance to read through all of it yet, but on the extreme opposite end of the spectrum, does this address timing of siren activation when it's delayed versus the issuance of the warning? So the reason why I asked, I think it was 2010. And the sheriff was still around. We were all about smoking out in the middle of the night, came in 8.8 chilling or something like that. And you guys see the police in the morning, right? And better minds prevailed as to not activate sirens at midnight and panic. And we waited until daylight. We still had several hours, yeah. So I think that's gotta be that kind of, you know, you remember that, yeah, we had that discussion. Just making sure that this addresses almost happened.
Okay.
Yeah, because we weren't gonna do it at 2 a.m. I remember.
No.
I think tied into the conversation of sirens will sound no less than 3 hours prior.
Yeah, that would be consistent, yeah, it would.
I guess it's also fair to say in this whole ensuing 2 months, and the worst case for Vista is illusions. And the question became, is the 3 hours enough? And I think what we could say is we can try to shoot for 4, but making the 4 for the illusions might be quite tough because of where the darkness was. I think we were kind of forward thinking that way based on your response. 3 hours. 3 hours came about, I don't know.
That's where the watch was so critical, because even with the Queen Charlotte, the initial message was no threat.
Nothing.
The next
And then it
message
went
was warning.
straight to-
So we lost an hour of time to do shoreline evacuation
Then we need that.
assessment. So the watch puts the public on notice, pay attention.
Yeah.
Doesn't trigger activity on their phone, but it makes them pay attention to what's going on. So there's huge value in the watch from the public standpoint. I took Elton's point. It's the middle of the night, you hear or somebody's on a watch, you know the warning for a distal event is not coming to sound.
So that brings to mind another issue. In 2010, we didn't have WIA. But as soon as they issued a warning, all the phones are going to go off. So if you go phones with no sirens, people are going to say, what? Why? You know, and the phones are going to reach a lot more people than the sirens. We have to think about that.
So it goes back to that, we have wording problem.
Yeah.
That
So the real wording problem is going to take immediately.
yeah, go to high ground immediately.
Yeah.
I don't think we can adjust our meeting. Can't late trigger warning.
So is there another factor that we're going to consider in social media is so huge now. 2010 now, whatever it was back then. A little bit. So it's going to be like, we got to do something because it's going to be in the public.
More.
Also, dark situation in the eastern
So we have good cooperation with Chile to support the darts there. But if for Kamchatka, all of our darts were working. 1 month later, they were not all working anymore. So this is just reality. Life on the high seas. This is not a forecast at all, but it just seemed early in the season after they visit all the buoys, of course they're working. And then as time goes by, some of them go off. And so that will play into probably some idea of how good our forecast we think can be at any given time. Sorry, it's a moving target. But I wanted to also say we are not trying to address the local. This is another time. It's just this one is just right. I know there are some issues on that.
Well, for the extreme event, would you automatically, if it were an extreme tsunami warning, would there be a watch first, or would you guys go straight to an extreme tsunami warning?
I think that's within you're closer than 6 hours. Because the event is in Alaska.
So it just goes straight to extreme.
And the extreme is going to be based on when they do their models, and we can overlay the inundation that is forecast onto your maps. So if we start to see the inundation forecast into the extreme, the word extreme will be inserted. Now, whether I don't know that we have pre-canned text in the evaluation that you might want to add if there's a word, but we will put the word extreme. If you want to add more descriptive, that part at the end that says maybe safety information, just related to the extreme, those could be added. Just for that situation.
So you,
if you would like.
So if you see overlap in the modeling in the extreme, wasn't the planning scenario 9.2 plus?
9.3 from that particular.
So would it automatic in that case? No. Would it go automatic?
It would be within the 6 hour.
So it would be 4.5 then.
Yeah.
That's not much time.
Straight to warning.
No. Now it's very true that our models are going to best going to wait for the darts. The darts are some amount of distance from the coast. And it just depends on whether you're in Pickett. So there's going to be some delay in the best models, which are then going to give us the innovation. And it might be around 4. But we can definitely say that this magnitude, 9.3, is an extreme. So we need to work through this with all of you guys. If we see a 9.3 from this location at the get-go, 5 minutes in, do we put the word extreme? Even though we have not done what we would call a competent forecast. Or do we put you warning, and then we wait a little while till the forecast comes in that confirms it, and then maybe this is a conference call.
Yeah, I guess just for us, like one of our lessons learned was like trying to insert messaging, to keep people from just getting on the road. And so at the watch, we have messaging now like learn your zones, and we focus them on the primary zone. If you're not, you won't need to evacuate. But if there's a chance that message can then come out and say, oh no, whoops, it wasn't just the primary red zone, it was both. that kind of kills that messaging a little. I mean, it makes it less credible. So I just assumed it would go straight to a warning for some reason.
I think that's my thought. I think we should talk together and you should through a timeline, and because a lot of the issuance of the warning, the first one can just go boom out 5 minutes. But in those 5 and 8 minutes, all right, there's going to be a HACEM. But if it's the middle of the night, somehow you guys get ping, and then what?
Like the greater Cascadia, like across, there surely are some considerations for how you layer that one. Because they have 3 zones like us here.
Before you get that,
yeah. Before you get Washington.
But they're local. Those are all really high.
Maybe you can learn stuff from your impact space, platform ones, and you have it here.
All right, so we'll circle back around on all of this.
Sorry.
I thought I was going to snap the front line today, but no. So we'll circle back around.
So we'll agreed on this 3.
Okay.
Sorry.
We're going to have Amos, I know we asked him about Genesis when they first brought it online, and then he's going to share how's it going and how they're using it.
So the whole idea of Genesis came after 2023, obviously, with people dying on the road, evacuations, and really how poorly it was managed. So I did call up the EMs in California, and one of the things that 6 or 7 of them, and one of the things that they said was critical to what they did, improvements in their emergency management processes was the evacuation piece. Genesis Protect was Zone Haven before. Zone Haven changed to Genesis. There was some reasons why that was, but the idea was to create or have a capability of zone evacuations, phased evacuations. The actually EMs that I talked to in California actually created their own system, but I didn't have the capability to do that when I first took it over. So we explored the Genesis Protect. So back then too, when we had me, my secretary, and Everett. And so the way HIEMA alerts was going out was just a super delayed process. The information that's sent out wasn't at all valuable in my mind. And so, once again, it took us to Genesis Protect as a solution. And for the most part, if you guys are familiar with this kind of product, they use an algorithm analyzing egress and access and egress points to whatever area. They look at population density and historic threat. They run it through an algorithm and they come with some geographic zone. They map out the whole county. What happens is we call in our partners, response partners. We look at the different areas as well. We adjust if necessary. And we did adjust. Then what we did is we took Ladris AI, which doesn't come in Genesis Protect, but we took Ladris AI, which is traffic modeling, and we further analyzed the zones. So our current zone system right now, every residential zone can be evacuated within 30 minutes. And most of the zones evacuate under 20. So we took their algorithm, we used the Ladris AI to further analyze the traffic evacuation out of each zone in the residential areas, and it's at 20 minutes is what each zone is kind of built around. So some of the benefits, to just get the message, so getting the information from incident command, from the radio, from CAD, what have you, and then taking that information, generating a message, and posted it as an advisory on Genesis. The fastest is 2 minutes. So we may even get information on a particular fire and put it out an advisory within 2 minutes. And that's of course if everything comes in and confirmed correctly. That particular circumstance, it was an encampment fire. We got information quick, pushed out the advisory in 2 minutes. So versus before was like 45 minutes, 55 minutes. So the fact that we can push it out as quickly as we can now is definitely an improvement. The fact that we can phase it out, advisory, warning, and order is also a really great feature. And we start advisories early. So we start early, early notification via advisory. The community really likes that. They really like to be notified on a particular fire. It's how we address all the disability, the disabled, their functional needs, the elderly, all those things. The early notification with advisory is what the public really likes. So it's a really a good benefit of the system. We have used it in that way where we're going to advisory, warning, and order. Kanapali fire was one of those. Paia fire, the most recent, was one of those. And it does minimize the congestion. Obviously, with Kamchatka, it went all zones, and so there was congestion on the roadways when you try to slam everybody at the same time, right? Some of the things that happen with, let me see. So yeah, so what happens is, and this, so real-time information sharing, right? When we put up road closures, shelter information, so we can plug in as well. And when an advisory is turning a warning is turning to an order. In the last Paia fire, you have landowners using that information differently, first responders using that information differently. We had schools using that information differently, and the parents using that information differently. And so people get to see it on a map, they get to see it on the phone, they get to see it on their computer. They can see the zone changing color from red, yellow to green, or green, yellow to red. They have confidence in the system because obviously they're looking at it on a map and the notifications are following. And so it just becomes the system that the public is comfortable with and like. So we went through, I missed the slide. Can you back up a bit?
Yeah.
One more time. One more time. Oh, it's coming. Sorry. So yeah, forward, please. One more time. So we went out in May 1st, 2025, put out press conferences, press releases. We did tremendous campaign prior to, and we're still in the community, weekly trying to push Genesis Protect. One of the downsides, we're on radios as well as social media. One of the downsides of this particular system is the fact that we cannot create any analytics. So I cannot tell you how much subscribers we have, even though we've pushed it at the county fair, we've pushed it in all of our expos, all of our partner meetings. I can't tell you actually how much people are signed up. They're working through that. There's a request for that information and that capability. This is the cost. I'm not sure how you translate that cost, but for us, the value is worth it. Based on what my community is going through, went through, and has communicated back to me. So, like I said, it's the fastest way that we can communicate. The public is getting used to it. They've communicated various ways. We've gone to community meetings. The Capoeira Fire is one of them. Recently, where the school was evacuated, parents were upset with the process of the actual DOE. We had parent meetings, and we could demonstrate where notifications went, at what time, how they went out in warnings and advisories, and we're able to kind of really show evidence of coordination of the county and how it all kind of worked itself out. One of the other successes that we kind of just recently found out is we did get FMAG approval for our last Bahia fire. 300 acres, maybe something like that, super small in our world, and not something we would have usually got FMAG for in the past. But what the Genesis does is it shows evidence of the communities that are impacted, whether in warning or order. Boom, the population of that neighborhood. We have the numbers of those homes and the population within those zones. The communication comes from the commander of what needs to be warned, what in a warning, and what needs to be in an order, and those things are tracked. And so, real time, we can gather information within the Genesis Protect system to justify the actual threat and impact to population or life and critical infrastructure. We also were able to add for the Kamchatka, there's a link that we can add a link of the evacuation maps onto each of the zones. Anybody within that evacuation zone had the link, or the inundation zone had the link. It allows us to also basically put all of these zones that are in the tsunami inundation zone on one button. Click one button, actually 4 buttons, or 4 zones, where we can take maybe hundreds of zones and just click one button, and those hundreds of zones will be known. So it's a super quick way to do it. We do have a support team that helps with us. There are some challenges, so there's some technical glitches, whether it's a street name that's wrong, which has happened. What happens is, if there is a evacuation order and you drive through that zone, and that's one of your zones, and the evacuation actually has been lifted, if you haven't refreshed your vehicle or refreshed your app and you drive to the zone, it'll notify you that there's an order. So there are some glitches there that we work through. Right now, with our incident commanders on the ground, the ideal way to do it is that the incident commanders on the ground would drive the evacuation process and notification. That would be the best way to go, because they have real time, real world. And they've been resistant to it. But now with FMAG being approved for the last one, fire department starting to realize, oh, this is actually a pretty cool thing. They're starting to check it more often. Police is starting to check it more often. They're starting to confirm road closures on that map. It's starting to gain some steam, but we're not there yet. So HIEMA runs the evacuation piece until those ICs come kind of adopt and use the system or recognize the value of it.
How are you knowing which areas to put under evacuation in the system? Are they just telling you that ICE is telling you verbally, or you guys are guessing from the map?
That's a good question. So we use the Alert West cameras. We use our own county cameras. We have a comm network, a community network. So we're gathering situation awareness from multiple sources, including the computer-aided dispatch, as well as the public safety radio, as well as the LLOs that come in. So we're trying to, obviously synthesize that information and understand what it is. We'll send out an advisory and a warning. We won't send out an order. That's an agreement between us and the incident commanders. So we can push on our own based on what we know and what we see and what we hear and what information is coming in. And we'll push advisory and warning earlier, but then we'll, if there's a need to order, then we'll go to the LNOs or the ICs on and on. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so you guys are kind of just drawing it based on, like, it's not like they're calling you and saying this polygon, this polygon, this polygon.
Yeah.
It's really up to you guys. Okay.
Yes. And I thought it would be good if they were on the ground and they're saying, hey, we're gonna do this, so and that, so okay. But that's not where they are. So we try to extract all the information the best we can. I would say 96% of the time we're correct in the way we're gathering the information. I cannot think of any time actually where there is one time where there was a disagreement within Unified Command. Police and fire disagreed on an evacuation order where police wanted it, fire did it, but it came back on the rate. It came back to us as they did, and so we pushed the order, and then fire came back and said, "What the hell? So why did you guys do that?" And they said, "You guys are in Unified Command. You came from the police chief inside the ICP." And then when they checked, that's where it came from. And so obviously they weren't unified. So that would be a problem, that a situation that happened where we weren't correct or we weren't in coordination or alignment. Yeah, great.
So we just had a demo last week of I assume a competing product, Helio or Leo site. And they had this lion as their logo and stuff. But they're telling us that fire modeling due to our varied terrain and weather and fuels profile, they cannot really project for Hawaii. Nothing works really well. But they did show us like a cameo Aloha Mark plot, the fire hazmat crew modeling and evacuation, and so that was interesting. Because like for us too, like we don't have the science down on how to determine what areas are like ready, set, go. And it's more like a consultation with the IC on a case-by-case basis. I want to have a better, more consistent perfect answer.
So the Genesis Protect does have the ability to do that kind of wildfire spread modeling. How accurate it is, I'm not sure, but they do have that capability. I mean, luckily we get 3 seasoned firefighters in the room, so do you, and we know how the area burns and what smoke plumes and size relate to. Maybe that's how we're coming up with our better conclusions, but I'm not sure. We are actually investigating the modeling, the fire modeling. That feature is just is expensive. And so we wanted to kind of go through this process of understanding the benefit of Genesis before we buy another layer without knowing it. So this is what you'll see on your guys' phone. You'll see a color. It'll change from a standard to a warning and then a order lifted. It's color coded. There can be a lot of improvements, to be honest with you. If you guys saw the Watch Duty app, there's a couple of things. Firstly, you got to get used to looking at zones versus streets. You got to get used to looking at this kind of map versus satellite. For the public, we've gotten complaints on the fact that it doesn't have a street name, okay? What happens is you put in your street name and it identifies your zone. So what is critical for the community to just know is that if your zone is being notified, then the threat is on your street. So I'm not sure exactly why people would want to know the exact street. Because when you put in your street, it already populates and identifies your zone. You save the zone, and anytime that zone is notified, then you get the information. Any questions so far? So you can save 10 locations. You can save 10 locations, and you can set your phone to track your location. So any location you drive into, if there's an impact to that zone, you'll be notified, even though that's not one of your 10 locations. One more. Questions?
When you said you talked to the California places, was LA one of them?
No, it was more on NorCal guys. So like, oh my gosh, Santa Rosa and Sacramento area.
I was just curious, because I know LA County and Kevin, and after the events,
yeah,
they had some problems with Genesis, and I was just wondering if that was factored into your decisions, or if you experienced any of their problems or something.
I remember after the LA fires, something came out negative about Genesis.
Yeah.
We did some research, and I forget the scenario, to be honest with you. But to my knowledge, it wasn't the Genesis program. It was something else.
I think it has something to do with their IT, the county's IT systems, but I'm not 100% sure. I haven't really talked to them about it, but I was just curious if you had some.
I haven't talked to them. So for the most part, if you're saying, Amos, would you recommend it to the state board? What I would say is, for our wildfire risk and what our community went through and what our community is requiring of us today, I would say hell yeah for Mo, right? I would say it to the rest of the community, the rest of the counties. I would give it probably a 75% grade. Meaning, if you didn't go through a tragedy like us, it wouldn't have the value that it has for me. But it is still valuable. I mean, I would maybe Lisa can comment on if she has any comments on the use of it, even the
Yeah, I mean,
disadvantages of it.
Genesis has very quickly been easy to understand and follow. I've got both Watch Studio and Genesis. It's always a race to see who gets the information first. I think my only complaint would be kind of the same thing, is you get zones, and then the zones are so tiny, and you're like scrolling, and trying to recognize a neighborhood. But I mean, yeah, like, you don't recognize your neighborhood on the island, who got to know? You should know where you are on the island. But I mean, if that's the biggest complaint, it seems either fixable or just not absorbable.
The Watch Studio app, if you guys are familiar, the thing is really attractive, very functional app. They use our layers, and they use our information. So when we message, they message, all the evacuation pieces, and we do go back and forth, them and us. Not a lot of times, but some of the times, for sure, they're going to give you the wrong location, and we have to wait until that location is confirmed before we're going to post. That's our only delay. Once again, their app is way more aesthetic than ours. We met with them, and we want to be able to support sharing information. So whatever app the community wants to use, not necessarily saying that, but we want to be able to give our community the best information.
Watch Studio is only fire, yeah?
It is only fire.
So
yeah, it is.
I would always go to Genesis first.
Any other questions on Genesis? So we started the process. Recommendation from Elton was get all the nerds in one room and they'll figure this out. So we did. Kaibi hosted a group of GIS guys from the counties, and they're putting together maybe a 75% solution. So we'll kind of share where they are right now. I think the only one we're working on is putting DEM's data into the GIS. Go ahead.
Okay, so the data and information that's on the dashboard itself is only for internal partners, so counties and organizations. Nothing can be seen by the public itself. So you got to first set the conditions, which is done. Then you can actually access the map itself. So I'm going to cover just by counties. So if you come up to the top, you can see it by counties only, and also response plans. I'll cover Maui first. So for Maui, if you want to see exactly what's being shown, tap this left side. But in summary, they're showing the shelters. You have the inactive ones and also some active ones for practice. You can also see some road closures. And all the data that's being shown on this layer is actually pulled straight from Genesis. So anything that's updated in Genesis will automatically reflect back onto this map.
So Nuri, we'll see their zones when the zones turn color. What do you?
Yeah, you'll see that too. So anything that happens in Genesis, they'll on me just show right onto here. Now I'll move on to Kauai. And for Kauai, I think only currently they're showing their shelters. So it seems they have an active one over here. So what you can also do is tap onto any of the shelters, and it should pull up like a short description that they have set. And for Kauai, the ArcGIS lead, I think his name is Alan Clinton. Yep. And his ArcGIS team is going to be managing and updating it by themselves. So they have to physically go in, and then it'll update. Then it'll also change for us. For Hawaii County, they also have their shelters on. I think they also have their evacuation zones. So that will reflect like there was a tsunami or flood zones that also appear on the map. And Asia Wasser and her ArcGIS teams are in charge of managing, updating this layer as well. And then lastly, we have Honolulu County. I don't think they have any layers for us. Yeah, that's showing HIEMA. But for HIEMA, we've actually created some personal layers for the counties to use. For example, if they want to see public sirens, we should pull up all of the sirens that we have on Honolulu. And same for infrastructure as well. If you want to see hospitals, hotels, even police stations, you can even filter it out to see specific ones. Say you only want to see the fire stations, you can just turn these all off, and only the fire stations will appear. Now we do have some future projects working on with each county. Regarding Kauai, we're trying to gain access to the Command Central and Aware layer in ArcGIS, and this is actually pretty cool. It will allow Kauai to see the exact locations of police cars and fire trucks in real time. And regarding Hawaii County, we are currently trying to create a layer for them to see road closures. So we're trying to gain some data from that. And regarding Honolulu County, although we don't have anything yet, we're trying to gain access to VLG and a way to integrate that to ArcGIS. Kind of similar to how we're doing it with Maui and Genesis. But overall, for all counties, we are currently talking to our ESRI partner and also the Department of Transportation to create a two-way partnership with Waze. That way we can gather Waze's data and integrate that into a layer for all counties to use, just as we do over here with these other layers. And that's just a brief little overview of our comp so far.
So yeah, so the team's been working the issues. I know one of the conversations yesterday was on shelters versus refuge versus borrow, and capturing all of that on the map. Because eventually, I think what we want to get to is that when we go into a hurricane brief, or it could be a red flag or some event, that when we're briefing a governor from a map, and you're kind of talking your county from the map, and this would be this common operating picture that we share with all our partners, and even be sitting in his conference room, looking at the map that's pulling civil defense data, pulling DM, pulling your data, pulling the county data, and then our state partners we bring them into this COP. So it's still a work in progress, but kind of surprised what they got going. So mahalo nui. All right, John.
All right, so it's been 2.5 years at this point for the HIEMA Office of Outreach. Back in 2023, I was hired on. We knew what the gap was really with community relationships, private partners, really up across the state. And so we're at a good point right now where we have some clarity. I've been able to get out of the weeds, have a team now. There'll be a team of 7, hopefully by the end of November. And so I just wanted to share with you folks really the 2 areas of effort that we have here. And they are the left column, preparedness programs and operational coordination function. And so a lot of you are familiar with HR, but now we're looking at how all of these different areas and efforts sort of work hand in hand, and then ties into obviously the things that are happening in this room. And so just brief updates in each area. So HR, we've pitched and presented to self-claimed community leaders from point of contact in the community, 120 plus probably. And really what we've done is just pitch and present. And in our slide deck and our pitch and present, one of the first slides is explaining who HIEMA is and how we work with the county and how through incident command and response, it all works. And that's not surprisingly, but that's been one of our best slides that the communities have appreciated. Oh, we didn't know that, we didn't understand how it works. So with that, timing-wise, we're in a good place where we've gathered all this information, we've established contacts, we've shared the training modules of HR, and what we're telling the communities is we don't care what it's called, right? HR is a state-level certification of a resilient community hub, whatever it is you call it. And so with that, we're at the stage in which working with now county EM point of contacts and integrating and sharing this information we got. We've been through sort of a crawl, walk, jog, and now we're ready to run. We're starting to pick up a lot of speed. So with that, we're currently reviewing information and plans that were shared by Waimanalo on Oahu and Vibrant Hawaii Kohala. Obviously, as Vibrant Hawaii has their hubs that already exist that have already been in action, what we're doing is we're just looking at alignment. So as we complete the year here, the calendar year, we're looking to certify these 2 communities. And with Waimanalo, we're looking to exercise within Makani Kahili 2026. Yeah. So I am in contact. I have points of contact at the county levels, but right now we're looking for, okay, who shall we be working with as we integrate, right, the information that we've gotten and the discussions that we've been through. What does that look like now as we start to build these HR programs? And so moving into Tsunami Ambassador Program, this is where we're focusing on DOE schools in the inundation zone, focusing on the 4th grade level and the 7th grade level classrooms based on NGSS curriculum standards, dealing with physical science and how that kind of works hand in hand with tsunami awareness and preparedness. So right now, by the end of 2025, we will have presented the TAP program to 6 cohorts. Yeah. And what that means is sharing what does it look like in awareness/experience program, right, within those communities. And so there's a contest has been launched, Tsunami Awareness Month contest, and then we continue to work with the DOEs and observe their evacuation drills. State CERT coordination, we just had a meeting with the county program managers, moving forward to creating a state advisory group. Some of you are in that meeting, and so we're looking to the beginning of next year, we're gonna have our first meeting as a state level advisory group for CERT. P3, public-private partnerships, HIEMA registration campaign 500, looking to register for-profits, nonprofits with HIEMA, basic form, 16 questions that we'll be able to now have a roster of partners that we have information, points of contact, what are their capacities in regards to emergencies, and how they need support in building their own resilience as an organization. Working with the community colleges, looking at identifying how we can stand up training centers and what are some opportunities for training with the community colleges. And then moving to the operational coordination function side of things, we're standing up our BEOC. We have our draft 1 of an EOP that we'll be able to share. We're going to have it on Administrator Barros' desk by next week, so he can look at it and determine how we move forward there. Really preparing the BOC to activate from a Pahili 26. And so I'm going kind of quick. So the VDCTF, or Volunteer Donations Coordination Task Force, we also have an EOP draft ready to put on Administrator Barros' desk, along with a donations document draft. We're not calling it an annex of plan yet. It's just a document. It's what we're putting together to identify what a donations plan or whatever it's called will live and what it looks like, as well as then our volunteer document. Yeah, so those two may live independently. They may, merge together at some point. We're not sure just yet. And lastly, our volunteer agency liaison is working on resource development list, as well as identifying a standard operations guide so that we can start working with the county level community members who may be serving in the capacity of volunteer agency liaison duties at some point. Sorry, real quick. So what we're looking at is really like the main part of how do we integrate, right? How do we share with you folks the things that we're doing? And so we're at a good point to move forward with some clarity. That's it.
Okay, so a brief update on our 4724 Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, or HMGP. So as of August 5th, excited to announce we've submitted all 44 primary projects for FEMA review. And overall, FEMA is looking closely at everything that we've submitted. This includes some applications. So we've clarified with Region 9 that they'll be following the Request for Information, or RFI, workflow that's in the HMA guidance. This basically means we get 3 strikes and FEMA can possibly deny the project before it even gets approved. So since they're tracking those RFI numbers, we are very closely making sure that we document each RFI that has been sent. So they're submitting them in different categories, and we've clarified that if they submit an RFI, technically if they submit 3 RFIs, that doesn't mean 3 strikes and we're almost at a denial. That means it's 1 full RFI, it's 1 full comprehensive RFI. We're also meeting with them bi-weekly. So if we have questions and before we submit an RFI for their review, that means we can informally discuss it in an offline and casual atmosphere, just to make sure that we are answering the RFI to FEMA's guidelines, or sometimes it's based on personal preference, which is not the best, but at least we have that offline discussion before it's documented in paper. So for those of you who submitted projects, thank you so much for working with us to develop very comprehensive RFIs, and if you have not been pinged yet, thanks in advance. So as you know, we're in a shutdown. This means that folks on the FEMA side have been furloughed. We have confirmed that on the 4724 side, there's 2 folks working on it. So projects are still being reviewed, but they've implemented a manual review process. So this means all projects over $100,000 have to go to DHS for review. This will cause significant delays, so please be prepared when you do budgeting or plan for implementation on your 4724 projects. Administrator is taking a small team up to DC next month, so we'll be trying to meet with FEMA just to make sure they understand the implications of these manual review processes and delayed reviews, because they are eating up our period of performance. Right now, as you can see on the timeline, the period of performance ends in August 2029. So FEMA is very stringent and working to review all of prop time extensions. We haven't really seen a lot of success in them awarding props, so just be conscious of that. And that's all I have.
Right. Thank you. I just wanted to share this real quick. I know General Logan mentioned 2027, but when we look at calendar year 2026, in red is still proposed. So we have some Philippines engagement, we have a Japan engagement, and then a Taiwan. What we're trying to do with Taiwan is, I think every one of the counties has a sister city in Taiwan, and we want to find out where they're going to exercise in September, and then link you guys up with that particular county or area. And then I anticipate us getting EMAP certified by February, and then we'll bring that into the conversation with HIEMA, whatever county that is sister city with that area on Taiwan, and EMAP, and have that conversation. So we went up this past year. They very much want to partner with Hawaii. So more to follow on Taiwan. I do want to point out state dock activations. We do that once a quarter in conjunction with the sirens. So when the sirens go off, our state agencies activate their docks once a quarter, and that's part of our exercise program. You can see April, Makani Pahili. I'll look at another slide right after this. And then World Cup Task Force. I think that will lead right into, with Randy's efforts and the IMT host cities and states. They'll be looking for EMAP folks to come up to help with the FIFA World Cup. So it's a 2-week period. We are socializing with several states on we want to provide a team and go up and support either the state or the county.
26th a holiday, March 26th.
Sorry, it's 2026. That's the year.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to add the date to my calendar. I knew it was confusing.
So it's in red because it's not locked in.
Okay, sorry, yeah, I was just trying to add it.
So anything in red is still kind of, and then General Logan mentioned RIMPAC caused us to push Makani Pahili to the left a little bit this year. This is what Makani Pahili will look like. You can see early on, we're adding this PIO Taiwan National Fire Agency Joint Information Center training. They're going to bring a team down. We're just putting it under the umbrella of Makani Pahili. And then what I told some of the other state agencies is, hey, this is small bites. We're not looking at EOCs or anybody playing for it the entire 2 weeks. It's small events. Department of Health and the MOC, our contingency port TTX. We're working with Department of Transportation, Harbors, Coast Guard, and the private partners in the harbor on, if Honolulu Harbor goes down, what's the plan for the state? How are we bringing commodities in? People tell me air bridge. Absolutely not. That's not enough. That's not gonna, no. What's our contingency port operation? So with Department of Transportation and U.S. Coast Guard going, my kuleana is to open Honolulu Port. Got it. Knock yourselves off. But we still got to be able to find a way to bring commodities in. And so that's that conversation with Matson, Pasha, Young Brothers, and the Department of Transportation. Operation Golden Eagle, that's something the team's working on right now. In a larger event, it's evacuating folks or vulnerable populations out of the state. As aircraft, and we talked to some of the airlines, as aircraft scramble and go back to Dallas or LA or Seattle, do not leave empty. We have vulnerable population. They're working with folks on that. And as the team puts this concept together, they'll pull more of you, some of your planners into. They're talking to like ARP, aging population, that kind of stuff. And then the shelter working group, I know there's another meeting with them. That'll be something that, I don't know, we'll keep working forever. And then on the bottom, John talked about the HR. We'll do a proof of concept on some kind of platform. The air coordination group, I know that was something that Honolulu Fire brought up a lot. We got Jeff Wong kind of leading that. And then on the recovery task force, our high org, our resiliency team, and we'll probably look at the counties. I know Maui County has a recovery lead. We'll look at, hey, who's going to be the lead for the counties on a big event. As far as the state EOC being activated, you know, we're looking at an 8-hour period on the 29th, and 8 hours on the 30th, and then right now we're thinking 8 hours on the 5th and 6th, or 4th and 5th, something like that. But again, we're not looking at a full activation. So that's what Makani Fa'ili is looking like. I appreciate the folks jumping in and working with Lalo on planning that. In a FEMA Review Council, we anticipate getting the report end of November, early December. When that comes out, we're going to share it across the formations. The plan right now is I go back to in January. HIEMA has a meeting in January. We have another NEMA meeting in February, and then March is our mid-year. What was proposed was in the March NEMA, we bring as many people as we can, as far as like our county leads. So I sat down and I was like, holy shit, we'll bring all 4. Probably not the best look for all of us to be gone at the same time. So we'll have those conversations on how do we help message what FEMA's going to put out? How do we posture the state, and how do we work with the counties? So more to follow on the FEMA Review Council. This past NEMA, we spent probably 80% of the time talking about this, the Review Council, and what it's looking like, what they think will happen. But nobody knows. Bottom line is, they're going to brief one person, and that's POTUS. So flip a coin. Strat plan, on the 4th, you guys will be in that conversation when HIEMA talks strat plan, and you know, we're looking at March of 2026, providing that. So we'll be able to provide you a briefing after the 4th. And then I know we're tracking EMPG and what that means for us this next fiscal year. Even EMPG coming from NEMA, that's kind of a coin toss to what the future of this grant looks like for emergency managers. Everybody in the room says we need it. We're not sure how FEMA is going to handle it, how DHS is going to handle it. So I did share this slide. We are posturing for HIEMA. There's about 15 people that get paid from EMPG. So that's a good chunk of my staff that's EMPG funded. So we're looking at ways that we can keep everybody on staff and work through this next few years. I think that's, oh, hey, Chief, this is what we had the last time. I don't know if we probably got to table this and we can circle back around.
Yeah, it's based on the issue of not having the forms.
Yeah, and then get in front of them. Yeah, okay. That's all I got, sir.
Any closing remarks? Nope, just thanks everybody for their participation. Have a happy, safe holiday season. I'll see some of you on the 4th, I believe. And then I think we're going to announce the next meeting that will be in 2026. So appreciate all the dialogue. Thank you.
Well, thank you again. Thanks everybody. And once we have that meeting scheduled, we'll get back and that's the rest of the
Right, thank you.
That sounds like somebody who could use it.
What I'll do is I'll
So really, the lining is first why.
it's gonna be pay rate.